Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all the esteemed panelists rather, and speakers who have made it here this morning. I can see that the cocktail evening was very well enjoyed because we're still waiting for people to trickle in after having a very fun evening. Now, in case you didn't know where you are, we are celebrating Africa Week right here at Future Africa with the theme Global Security and Global Africa. And I think without going any further, it would be great to know the different countries that are actually represented here today because, like we said, it's Africa Week. And so I'm going to ask for some audience interaction as we go around and find out how many countries are here today. I'll start with myself. So I'm from Cameroon and South Africa, so there goes those two countries. If we got anyone else in the room from a different country, just call it out to me. We've got Kenya, we've got Zimbabwe, we've got Nigeria, we've got Ghana, Zambia and New Zealand. Yes, multi. Iran and Switzerland. Organizers are taking note of all of these countries. Canada, Australia, France, the United States. That covers it. So we can proudly say this is indeed a global community and a global room with many different countries represented, not only in the African continent, but also outside of it as well. Now, because it's day 2, I think I've gotten to know you a little bit better, and so I can share a little secret with you as an audience. I am terrified of storms. I don't like lightning, I don't like strong winds, I don't like thunder, I don't like anything to do with storms. And I know living in Pretoria means I'm living in the wrong city because Pretoria has the worst storms. But as someone who hyperfixates on my fear, when a storm begins, I start to research every possible way I might die. So I'll search, what are the odds of being struck by lightning on the 3rd floor? What are the odds of being struck by lightning if I'm holding my phone? What are the odds of being struck by lightning if the window is open? And the list goes on until I've made sure there's no possible way that I will die. And that is very similar to the mentality that Africans have had to have, where we have no control of the outcomes happening in the continent, and we can only say, what are the odds if? What are the odds if we are hit with another global pandemic? What are the odds if Trump pulls out all funding from Africa? What are the odds? What are the odds? And so today we are here to discuss and define how Africa can have control of its own odds. Yesterday, we started by having an opening by the VC as well as a keynote from Prof Habib, who told us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about current affairs and where we currently are with the rise in globalization, threats to national sovereignty, and the greatest victims of geographical and economic instability. We then had 4 thought-provoking panel discussions focused on the theme, what is at stake? And we've got 2 more panel discussions with that theme coming up just now. From climate and environmental security to economic security, knowledge security and research integrity, health security. Our day ended with the VC's roundtable, a high-level conversation about the need for higher education institutions to collaborate in these challenging times. Today, we are delving into our 2 final sub-themes on socio-political security and food security, and we will move from what is at stake to what it will take for us to get there, and finally ending off with and commemorating a conversations with a panel called What About Africa? So today is looking up like it's going to be a very exciting day. I'm glad that you are here, and I hope that you are looking forward to all the conversations that will take place. Starting off with our first panel, I'd like to invite them to join me on stage as I introduce this next conversation. This panel will be delving into the topic of socio-political security. Strong societies rely on trust, inclusion, and stable governance. And so this session explores how conflict, displacement, and inequality weaken social and political foundations, and how African nations can build more cohesive, resilient societies through inclusive leadership and social protection. Our moderator for today will be Prof Manu, who is Future Africa Research Chair in Sustainability Transformations at the University of Pretoria and the University of Cape Town, and is a professor of geography, excuse me. We've got Prof David Mickler, Dean of Global Africa, Founding Director for the Center for Australia-Africa Relations in the Office of the DVC, Global and Associate Professor of International Relations. Prof Wisdom Tettey, President and Vice Chancellor of Carleton University, Canada. And last but not least, our respondent, Ms. Kolosa Ntombini, a doctoral researcher from the University of Cape Town. With that being said, please give our panel and moderator a round of applause.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to moderate this session. And we have been talking about global security, and today this session would like to distill some of the security issues, because we've got quite different ideas about security. When we think of social security, in some countries there's a social security number or identity. And in this country we talk about SASSA, okay? For grants for people to access some funding for them to for their livelihoods. So I think it's important for us to think deeply about what social security means. But we also have political security, which we need to think about. And now that we are in the midst of all the the global disorder that is unfolding, we need to sort of think through what political security would mean. And this panelist here would share some ideas on these themes. I'm going to ask the first panelist to take us through some of these ideas. At the end, we want to be able to say, how do we secure Africa better? So it's not simply discussing these points, but thinking through what do we have to do to ensure that our societies on the continent are secure, our political systems are secure. So that's the task at hand. I'm going to ask Professor David Mickler to come and give the first comments on this one. If at the back we could have the slides up for Prof Mickler to use. Thank you, David.
Just press this. Just press the next one for the slides. Great, thank you very much, Mano, and it's wonderful to be back here at Future Africa. I've had the pleasure of being a visiting fellow here for the last couple of years, doing some work with people like Mano, Chris Ezike, Haida, and the team. And congratulations on another fantastic Africa Week forum. So I was asked to present a global perspective on the theme of socio-political security. And that got me thinking about what is a global perspective or the global perspective. And I'm not sure that I can adequately represent a global perspective. A little bit about my positionality. I'm a white male academic who primarily has been educated and worked in the Australian university system. So I have an Australian perspective, which is perhaps an interesting one because we sit perhaps between the global north and the global south in some ways. We are certainly part of many of the global north's structures, but we're also in the geographic global south and have many connections to developing countries particularly in Asia and the Pacific. I was also fortunate to have been supervised during my PhD by a Kenyan scholar. I was one of the few in my field at the time that had that opportunity to be trained by a black African professor in Australia. So my perspective also is somewhat shaped by African ideas and thinking. So I just wanted to present a few ideas under this theme. I'm not sure if this clicker works. Can we have the next slide, please? I just wanted to present three angles on this topic. It's a very broad topic, as we've discussed as a panel. The first angle that I want to talk about is one of responsibility for socio-political insecurity in Africa. The second one is turning the lens the other way to look at the rising socio-political instability in the global north, particularly in Western countries. And the third angle that I wanted to touch on is the role of the global African diaspora, which can be seen in some ways as a bridge between global and African perspectives on issues of socio-political insecurity. The next slide, please. So coming from a so-called global perspective, one of the ways that we interact with the questions of Africa's socio-political insecurity is through our media. And unfortunately, in 2025, it's still the case that Africa tends to be presented through our media in terms of issues of conflict, instability, insecurity, war. And so there's a mainstream perspective, certainly in Australia, perhaps in other global north countries, that this is something that really defines the African continent. And the associated commentary with that is that this is an African problem, that this is something inherent to African societies, African politics, Africa's international relations. So that is the mainstream perspective. That is the filter that many outside of Africa still experience when it comes to thinking about the causes of socio-political instability in Africa. So I think if we're taking a global perspective, the most important thing we need to be doing first is looking at who's responsible for creating socio-political instability in Africa. And to do that, we would have to look very critically at the role of the global north, and particularly the West, over many centuries in the variety of interventions that they've made into the continent, and the ongoing legacies of those interventions, which still continue today in many forms, and how this is in fact one of the central causes for the conflicts and instability that we see in parts of the continent, again, not all of the continent. So we would have to look at, for example, the violent extraction of tens of millions of people from Africa as part of the slave trade, and how that disrupted societies fundamentally, particularly taking people of working age. Through the colonial system, the arbitrary drawing of borders, and how that has affected existing political communities and cultural identities. How colonialism introduced cultures of violence and anti-democratic governance to the continent. How the Cold War, for 4 decades, privileged allegiances and authoritarianism over human rights and democracy from all sides in that conflict. And how the Cold War also saw a flood of small arms and light weapons into the continent, which continue to be readily available in civil war environments. How neoliberalism has impacted on the ability of African states, African governments to control resources and to use the functions of the state to promote social cohesion. In many cases, it has undermined that ability. And then we can look at a whole range of forms of resource extraction across the continent, natural resources, human resources, and how that continues to impact on the ability of African societies and governments to build social cohesion. We can also look at how the climate crisis is an intervention by the global north into Africa, because as we know, much of that greenhouse gas emissions has been caused by the north, but of course it affects African societies disproportionately, and we now see, of course, greater resource competition with increasingly scarce resources, which is one of the drivers of socio-political instability. So we can say that the pursuit of global security, so-called global security by the North, has in fact undermined African socio-political security and continues to do so. The last 20 or so years, we've seen the so-called global war on terror, which has led to a whole range of military activities in Africa, which has contributed further to socio-political instability. We've seen militarized responses to migration from the continent. So in a range of ways, we can see how global forces have, in historical times and in contemporary times, contributed to socio-political instability. So this raises the question of who has responsibility now for tackling these ongoing challenges. Globally, we've had a doctrine called the responsibility to protect, which was in fashion maybe 20 or so years ago. We don't hear much about it anymore. I think we've abandoned that responsibility. But that responsibility to protect also suggested that there should be more Western interventionism rather than less. And so a really interesting development in the last 20 or 25 years in Africa has been the development of an idea of African solutions to African problems, broadly speaking, African agency in negotiating internal and external responses to conflicts. The African Union, of course, has developed an elaborate peacekeeping and peace-building set of institutions. But so far, we've seen a range of challenges in actually implementing those. And of course, much of the funding for those initiatives still comes from outside the continent. So the question of African agency in responding to crises is critical, but it doesn't absolve external actors from the global north from their responsibilities in supporting African responses to solving socio-political insecurity. Can we have the next slide, please? The second way I wanted to think about this was to turn the lens the other way and say that, in fact, it's not all happening in Africa. We're having a substantial rise in socio-political instability, insecurity in many parts of the global north, certainly in many Western countries, despite having benefited over many centuries from the exploitation of the global south. When we are looking at the contemporary geopolitics and the rise of the global south and the relative decline of the West, this is causing great anxiety in many Western countries, and that is then partly contributing to policies that are causing socio-political insecurity in Western societies. It's also a product of growing inequalities within Western societies. We've seen, certainly coming out of COVID, a massive rise in inequality at the top end, particularly through the tech sector, and a massive rise in the cost of living, which is forcing sections of Western populations into poverty. So there's a sense now that some of the same forms of exploitation that we saw historically in the global south are also happening to societies in the West. This is also forcing a backlash in terms of identity, and we're seeing what's called in Australia the culture wars, this tension between progressive and conservative forms of identity, conservatives wanting to go back to the sort of white male-dominated societies, progressives trying to move away from that and to democratise those societies in many different ways. But the backlash is forcing people to rethink their identities, and that's creating increasing social tension in Western countries. So we've seen a return of far-right politics relatively successfully in many Western countries, a rise of authoritarian governance, a rise of, or at least a more public rise of white supremacy, a more openness open racism, xenophobia, anti-DEI initiatives, anti-intellectualism, anti-universities, and a broader undermining in the West of the liberal democratic norms and institutions that we've come to benefit from in the West over many decades. So one of the questions here is, what are the implications of this for Africa's socio-political security? We're seeing the decline of liberal international institutions, international law, the United Nations system, the treaty system, the trade system. And so this change in the geopolitical environment is also going to impact, and already is impacting, on Africa's socio-political security. What I think we don't want to do is romanticise all aspects of the liberal international system, which of course was responsible for many of the things that I talked about on the previous slide, and promoted a kind of interventionism in Africa that I think has been very detrimental to Africa's socio-political security. But if many of the problems were caused by the existing system, then a big question is, how is the change in sort of Western foreign policies, Western identity globally, the change in global institutions, how is that likely to impact on Africa's socio-political security? Last slide, please. And finally, thinking about this question of the sort of global perspective and the African perspective, I think the role of the global African diaspora is really interesting. We work in Australia very closely with many of the African diaspora organisations. We have a large research project which is looking at the political and economic agency of the African diaspora in Australia. And so through this project, we've come to really see the potential, but also the quite dynamic role that diasporas play, both in home and host societies. So the African Union has obviously recognised the diaspora as the sixth region of Africa, numbering in the hundreds of millions. And with the resource base in the hundreds of billions of dollars, now remitting over $100 billion back to Africa each year. So there's a concerted effort of what's called diaspora diplomacy, the courting of the African diaspora by African governments, by the African Union, as resources to support Africa's development. In fact, the African Union's definition of the diaspora is very clear, that you're only a member of the diaspora to the extent that you're willing to contribute back to the African continent from abroad. So it's seen as a potential resource for supporting measures that might help to mitigate socio-political insecurity. I think it provides an important bridge between African and global perspectives. Certainly the knowledge that members of the diaspora have of the African context, and then of course their new context, puts them in a unique position to actually provide advice and solutions that are context specific, and they can advocate very well because of that in both directions. But their own relationship as diaspora to socio-political security is itself dynamic. In many cases, members of the diaspora are seeking their own political security as refugees fleeing from conflict or persecution. They might be seeking economic security. Perhaps they've been placed into marginal economic positions because of climate change, for example, and their only option is to seek employment abroad. They also face the question of whether they're part of the brain drain, whether they're extracting human resources from the African continent to the detriment of development at home. But they're also seen as a major source of economic power, particularly through their ability to remit funding back to the continent. And this is why many African governments take diaspora diplomacy very seriously. More money comes back into African countries from the diaspora than through official development assistance or foreign direct investment. So it's a major source of economic opportunity. And then in terms of their new societies, the diaspora faces much of that xenophobia and racism that we've seen rising in recent years. but at the same time they play a very important role in building social cohesion in those new societies. So many of the diaspora organisations that we work with, they work tirelessly around the clock to particularly provide opportunities for young people, to make sure that the integration of young people into new societies is a positive one rather than a negative one, and hence not wanting them to become part of the problem of socio-political instability. So there's a real question but opportunity for the diaspora to play an important role in using their position, using their knowledge, using their bridging role to contribute positively to Africa's socio-political security. So I'll leave it there. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, David. We will now move to the next speaker, Prof Tettey.
Good morning, folks. Thanks for the opportunity to share some thoughts today about the question of social cohesion and security. And it seems to me that the starting point should be the theme of this year's African Day celebrations. The focus is on justice for Africans and peoples of African descent through reparation. And I think in light of what we're focused on with the question of social cohesion, I think it behooves us to think about that question inward. To what extent do we see justice within our societies? Because at the heart of a lot of the disruptions is perceptions or realities of injustice. And so do we need to do some internal reparation in order to bring cohesion and coherence to the body politic that is necessary to ensure that other questions of insecurity are addressed? Because if you don't see justice, it's hard for you to see yourself as part of the community. And if you're not seeing yourself as part of the community, then the fissures that separate people in terms of access to different kinds of resources become important. So I think it's a lot of times when we talk about the theme, we're looking outwardly about some of the providences behind where we are today that I think David alluded to. But I think it's important, if we do critical reflection, to look back inward and see the extent to which the narrative that we're trying to push has, in fact, resonance at home in terms of how we do things. Just wanted to leave that with folks. But I wanted to touch on 4 interrelated dimensions of social cohesion and its opposite, which is social disruption, that bedevils a lot of places on the continent. And I'll touch a bit on the social dimensions of cohesion, look at some of the political dimensions, move on to talk about the economic dimensions of that, and then look outward to some of the areas that I think David was beginning to delve into, and to see how those external forces also do impact this. But I think it's important to look at this, multiple dimensions of what it is that impacts social cohesion on the African continent. So let me start with, a perception that we tend to be proud of as Africans, which is that we come from very pluricultural societies, and that we hold very true to this notion of being in a village where we all do things together, and the moral economy dictates that we take care of one another. And that is certainly the perception that we hold of ourselves. The question that we have to ask is, to what extent is that perception reality? To what extent has that perception, in fact, been present in our societies for, I would say, in the post-colonial period, and whether or not we're still living on an essentialized notion of Africa that creates a misperception, I'll argue, of coherence, when in fact, we may see a pluricultural society, but beneath that are a lot of fissures and fractures that a threat to sustaining those societies. And I think that it's important that we are not somehow sucked into this perception that everything is okay and we are a very coherent group of people, when in fact we're not. And that comes from the idea, for me, that we do not embrace everyone as equity deserving. And in the colonial period, that was the same perception that attended the interaction between the colonial authorities and the African subjects of that colonial experiment. And this comes from the fact that somehow there is a gradation of humanity, and some people are up here and some are down here. And that informs how you then treat people, because they're not deserving of the kind of dignity that you see for yourselves. And so if we look back at the current conditions on the continent, to what extent do we treat one another with dignity, as deserving of that common sense of humanity, and whether or not we treat one another as equity deserving? And I've tried to make the argument that if we did treat one another as equity deserving, then the onus will be on all of us to exercise the obligation of taking care of one another. When we don't, then it's easy to then make a distinction between us and them, who is deserving of the largesse of state and who is not, who belongs and who doesn't. And we all know that in our societies, we define people and grade people on a hierarchy depending on where they come from in terms of their religious orientation, in terms of their sexual orientation, their ethnicity, and all of those things, whilst on the surface look like there's a oneness of purpose, there is in fact in a lot of these cases a differentiation based on certain markers of identity that elides that commitment to our common humanity. And that leads to marginalization of who belongs and who is on the periphery, and who is in fact deserving of the dignities that I referenced earlier. And in a lot of places on the continent today, sexual orientation is something that is seen as anathema. People are unwilling to accept their fellow citizens as part of the fabric of their societies just because they are different. We see the same thing with people who have different kinds of disabilities, and they are not considered to be full citizens, whether it is in the African cosmology about a disruption to the order, or whether they are in the contemporary structures that we have, where we don't make room to accommodate people who are neurodiverse, people who have different kinds of challenges. We see these as taken away from the essence of citizenship, and therefore are not deserving of that. I think if we look at questions around religion, we're seeing a lot of fractures across our countries. The conflicts that you see on the continent have their origins in a lot of cases around religion. I can talk about this in relation to northern Nigeria. You see some of that in the Maghreb. We have elements of that manifest themselves in the kind of terrorist activities that we see across the continent. And that is because there's a sense in which some religions are seen as acceptable, others are not. And in fact, arguments have been made that Africa is one of those places where you do see religious tolerance because you see multiplicity of religious practices in vogue. And in traditional society, that was manifest as well. But increasingly, we're seeing a redefinition what it means to have the right religious credentials. And that has its implications in terms of who is seen as citizen, who is not, and also just the perception of who you are and your danger to society because of what your faith is. And I find it quite ironic that at a time where Africans are talking about, being able to bring back African traditional religion into the fore, we see increasingly that African religion is being pushed to the side, and the new religions that have come to the continent have in fact assumed pride of place. And those determine what it is that we do. There are a lot of countries now where at national events, we don't see libation anymore because somehow that is seen as antithetical to the essence of what a modern state should be. And that then creates fractures about what do we value, and if you talk about what you value, then the people who are part of that value system are seen as less than as well. So the worry for me is this purity of what it means to be a citizen and defined in such absolutist terms that we're unable to go to a place where we were of being able to accommodate one another, understanding that there are differences and that we can all live together in that reified village that we tend to tout. And I think it's important that we do some introspection, ask ourselves the question about whether, in fact, we are true to those African values today, and whether our imbibing of foreign ideas of citizenship have undermined the kind of coherence that our societies were noted for. I think we're at a point now where there seems to be discomfort with ambiguity. We want to have things in really binary sets. You're either this or that. And there isn't room for those intersections. That, in fact, defines the reality of our existence, right? None of us is unidimensional. We all come in different permutations, and those permutations define who we are. And so if we're unable to then define ourselves in the multiplicity that we are, then we're creating these spaces where people are being pulled together, and that coherence that we felt being part of a community is lost. Let me now move on to, and I think a lot of this comes from notions that Namjo would, describe as, notions of incompleteness and the willingness of people to understand that we don't know it all, and that others may have something to bring to the table, and to have the humility to be able to embrace, the other, not as a marginalized part of our community, but as, in fact, the dialectical strengthening of who we are as a society. But when we think in these complete terms, it takes away our ability to open ourselves up for other ideas, other ways of knowing, and so on. And that, I think, will fashion into my next focus for these remarks, which is our political systems themselves, because we increasingly see a fracturing of our politics. We see significant polarization. There was a reference in David's talk to what is going on in the global north, but we've seen that in our politics for a very long time. And a lot of the conflicts that you see today come from those notions of, we can't find spaces for conviviality. We always have to define people outside of instead of into the spaces where we can build common purpose. And I think that as our political systems are seen as kind of a zero-sum game, where those who belong in the corridors of power are able to make it, and what has happened with an erosion of faith in our democratic system is that people aren't seeing the dividends from that. That it becomes a game of musical chairs, and who is in the chair today becomes a beneficiary, and when things change, the other set of elites gets into that space. And the majority of our people are not seeing the benefits of this. And as some of you would know from the Afrobarometer research that's been done, there's increasingly an erosion of confidence in the democratic experiment. There's a yearning for yesteryear amongst a lot of our people, which I think is troubling, and yet it's real. Because when people invest in a democratic process, the idea is that it's going to generate the kind of dividends that they can all be part of. And when people don't see that, then we run we run into a problem here, and particularly with the youth. We talk about the African youth as a huge asset, and it is. But it's an asset to the extent that it's able to get opportunities to engage and to flourish. And in a lot of places, including here in this country, you would attach the fact that a lot of young people are having difficulty finding spaces to be able to flourish. And I think that asset then becomes a power keg that has the potential to explode. And in some cases, we're beginning to see those safety valves begin to open up. And I think that if we don't take the necessary action, that we're going to have an asset turn into a liability on our hands, particularly with our young people. There's a lot of talent, there's a lot of opportunity, there's a lot of potential. But that potential has two sides. It could be mobilized for good, or it could be mobilized for something worse, because there's no opportunity for the good to be unleashed. I think as citizens, we tend to point the finger to politicians a lot of times, but we have to also look at the extent to which uncritical followership has become the bane of a lot of places because of the polarization that I talked about. It is true that in a lot of places, corruption is rife, but depending on the political colors of people, they either see it or don't see it. And I think that we have to be able to engage our citizenry to be much more astute in terms of their engagement with the political system, not to be siphoned into this morass of, because I have this affiliation with this political entity, somehow I'm going to support them no matter what. I think we need to exercise the transition from being subjects to being citizens in the Mamdani sense, and be able to understand that the constitutions in a lot of these African countries grant the citizens sovereignty. We are the sovereign, and we should exercise that sovereignty in ways that I think we haven't. And that partly comes from the fact that we become uncritical followers of certain political orientations because we do share certain things in common with politicians. There's a tendency for us to point the finger at politicians, but I think it's time for us to do some introspection as citizens and ask ourselves the question as to whether or not we're exercising the full rights of the sovereign that we should, as our societies continue to exclude and to fracture. Now, all of these things I said were intertwined, and so with social exclusion, political exclusion, marginalization, and so on, has implications for, of course, access to economic resources and opportunities. And a lot of folks who, because of how they're socially defined or politically excluded, are unable to partake in the political system the way they should. And I think that we, as citizens, should begin to ask the question, how do these asymmetries in access to opportunity lay the groundwork for the kind of social fractures that we're worried about here and the insecurity that comes from that? We know that there is a global disruption to climate in ways that are compelling our farmers to worry about whether or not they're going to be able to maintain their livelihoods. We know that there are global centers of knowledge production that determine whether or not you could have intellectual property rights in certain areas, and therefore we genetically modify things, which has implications for your ability to farm, and that has implications for your livelihood and security over the long term. It's also creating mass migration of people who don't have opportunity, and that is creating the tension between the North and the South in ways that are creating potential hotbeds for disruption, not just in Africa, but across the globe, as people try to find ways to maintain a semblance of survival. Because when you are desperate, you look for any opportunity to be able to find yourself the kind of economic succor that would allow you to survive. And we all pay the price when we don't create the kind of opportunities necessary for people to survive. I think, I'll touch on this briefly and wrap up because I know we've got, what's that? Okay. But I want to touch on on how geopolitics are creating, challenges to our social cohesion and creating insecurity. Not all of these things emanate from within Africa. We know that there's what we can all agree is a new scramble for the continent that Africans don't actually control. Whilst it might look like there's a new center of gravity, that center of gravity is not necessarily African determined, it's not African centric, and it's not necessarily looking for the benefit of Africans. It's just a different kind of alignment. And as we engage with these new partners, it's important that we adopt the same critical lens that we have to those of yesteryear, because the manifestations might look different, but the essentials are very much the same. So you're seeing, again, asymmetrical relationship between partners in the African political economy. You see, for example, African governments entering into loan agreements that mortgage the future of these countries for generations to take care of. And those are going to create problems for us down the road, because there's going to be a burden that might be difficult for us to unburden ourselves from. And that then means that a deepening of the kinds of crises that we talked about will continue, which means our opportunity to get out of the crisis is going to be prolonged, painful, which also then means that people are going to be scrambling for their piece of the survival effort, which is not going to be helpful for building the kind of social cohesion necessary. Some of the interventions that we've seen from the new alignment of partners is devastating to the very livelihoods that we're trying to protect. So you just have to go to different parts of this continent. In my native Ghana, you go there, waters that used to be pristine are no longer pristine. People in rural communities are suffering breath defects as a result of chemicals that are being used in these water bodies. Forests have been denuded to the point where the future of these communities are clearly in jeopardy. And yet, our political class is not doing what is necessary because it's implicated in these devastating disruptions to our environment, our ecosystems, the very things that our people depend on to survive. And these ecosystems were originally, but to start with, were fragile. And now they've been made even much more so because of our inability to be stewards of our environment in ways that inure to the benefit of our people. And so as we enter into these new partnerships, it's important for us to ask the question, to whose benefit are we doing this? Is it to the broad mass of our people, or is it to an external force, a select group of beneficiaries? And that is the question that then takes me back to this idea of critical citizenship that is important to mobilize in support of a constructive disruption to the status quo. Because the status quo is untenable. The status quo needs to be disrupted, but it has to be disrupted in a way that is constructive. And that will require a mobilization across sectors such as ours to go back to thinking about what can we do as higher educational institutions to foreground our work in a way that benefits the communities that we're part of. We cannot be disconnected from these questions, and I know that in certain places, you're probably putting your own comfort and your life on the line in talking about these questions. But we do have a privilege of being the kind of institutions that we are, with the space to have these kinds of conversation, to enlighten people, particularly in this day and age of disinformation and misinformation, that is being used by different actors for their own ends. To what extent does the sanctity of robust scientific knowledge continue to be what informs our societies? How do we find conduits that allow us to work in common purpose with other actors, whether in civil society or in the political sphere or in industry, to understand that our collective security is dependent on looking out for one another? Yesterday, we're talking about the little acts of love being very powerful in shaping the world that we do. And this is the time for us to go back to looking at mutual care and mutual flourishing as fundamental goals for all of us to pursue if our common security is to be protected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I know you have got a lot to share, but we have constraints of time. So we're going to ask our respondent, somebody who has been listening carefully, to reflect on this. So, Kolosa, come to the phone.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here. I was remarking to Prof Mana a couple of days ago that one of the things that has stood out for me in this conference is this idea of an intergenerational dialogue. And I think it's also important in the context of what we are talking about critical citizenship, as we think about social cohesion, to have multiple voices. So it's a real privilege to offer some thoughts as a young person in this conversation. And I want to start off to say thank you to both the speakers for these remarks, which for me were quite enlightening, and I really enjoyed the remarks. And I just want to start off with what Prof Wisdom spoke about, that justice creates a sense of belonging, and so it is a key ingredient into giving us social and political cohesion. And I think that is important because as we think through justice, it almost seems to me from the discussion that there are two parts that need to meet together, the global and the African continent. And so Prof David took us through this context of where we find ourselves at the global level. And it's clear that there are problems at the global level. He's reminding us that there is that question of whose responsibility is it to secure us in the world. There's an increasing conflict in the global north. So we cannot always rely on historical powers or historical centers of power to give us the security that we need. And so for me, it kind of gave us maybe a hope that can we think differently about social cohesion? Can we think differently about political stability? Can new actors emerge? Is this the time where Africa can be that center where, as there is conflict and instability in the global north, and there's a sense of surprise at this instability, for us, we have had to deal with instability for quite some time through the history of colonialism, the slave trade, etc. And so maybe we have some lessons to share, and maybe that can shift the dynamic. Maybe we can lead the change. Those are my thoughts as I was listening to Prof David. And I suppose this is where the role of the African diaspora becomes important, and I like that remark, to tie in these two worlds that are sometimes desegregated through power. So the diaspora, and in part us in universities who are the intellectual elites. Maybe this is our role in creating these bridges, as there is a time where it seems as though these bridges of conversation are slowly sort of disintegrating. Perhaps this is the time where we need to come in. And I think that leads well into Prof Wisdom's remarks around this critical citizenship, that in order for us to create these new bridges, to give us the social cohesion, we need to be critical of ourselves. And I think that is important. It ties well with Prof Habib's conversation yesterday, that there is a romanticizing sometimes that we have of ourselves as Africans. We think of ourselves as socially coherent. We're in communities where collectivism is always, it underlines how we relate. But is it really true? I really found that comment really insightful, because we need to actually reflect that we do treat people differently based on, do we think they belong well into what we imagine is being African? And so without that critiquing, without us reflecting on the kind of lack of social cohesion that is there at the community level, where we sort of look at people differently by value of they believe differently to us, they have a different sexuality, or they have different abilities. It's those small sort of breaks in the social cohesion that come at the community level, go up into the village, go up into the state. And so we need to have that critical conversation there. And so for me, I came from this conversation thinking through that really there is an importance in building proper institutions, both at the community level, at the government level, and even broader. And so I'm excited for the discussion that will emerge from now. I think I'll end there with my thoughts and leave it to Prof to take us through a Q&A, because I think there will be also more thoughts from the audience. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Kolosa, for those reflections. I didn't realize you could summarize everything in such a short space of time. And now we're going to have a question and answer. There are thoughts in the room that would help us to really come to grips with social security and the relations between the global north and global south, what's happening at the village level, the townships, cities, and so forth. So any questions? We will have some roving mics, somebody to help us. Okay. Questions, please? Okay, let me just see the hands so we can take. Okay, there are 2 hands, we'll take 3. Okay, yeah, the hands are coming from this side only. Okay, maybe I should face this side. Okay.
Thank you. Test, test. Test. Hello. Good morning. Mjwara. Hello. All right, I think maybe I'll just speak loudly. Thanks to our presenters and to our summarizer for some really interesting provocations. Really, the question speaks to our capacity to respond to some of the challenges collectively. At the moment, we're seeing similar trends emerging in different spaces, different contexts, different countries, but having a similar theme of regression. Is the response to go narrow and return back to our original community, namely in the broad sense, to try and find that cosmopolitanism again? Or do we try and create bridges between groups, between contexts, between countries, to try and respond to this march backwards?
Let's take the three questions so we can respond to them.
Thank you. Interesting discussion. I'm interested in the youth issue and the youth that one of the speakers brought up. I think we all recognize that the youth is the future, as was rightly said, but they could also be quite the opposite effect if we don't carefully think about what interventions do we need to unlock that future. So I'm just curious from the panel, because I think the other thing from my perspective is we know this, right? Most of the time, some of these narratives in the African context, we know the problems. We speak about them in a very broad sense. But I often wonder whether we shy away from getting into specifics and thinking through particularly what can be done. And the youth question for me is one that is fundamental. And specifically, what would the panel's view be around the role of different actors, say the private sector versus the public sector versus, in terms of assisting to develop or refine or improve, whatever the word is, strategies to unlock the youth issue? Because the youth question is really, really quite concerning. Thanks.
Okay, there's a hand up there. There was a hand up there? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Lehlonolo. This one is directed towards the second speaker. He spoke about traditions. So I would like to find out from him in terms of is he calling for reinventions of traditions? Because my understanding is that when one looks at the traditions, you would have political and religious traditions and other traditions. But in the context of Africa, for instance, those are the main dominant ones. And could it be that what we are seeing happening in parts of the continent, for instance, in the western side of the continent, is sort of a disruption to the status quo and the resistance that we are seeing from what one can term as an old guard. I'm just using the example of Burkina Faso in this case to say when one looks at the applause, they normally come from the young people, for instance, and some fractions of society. But the old guard, those that have been in power for more than years, they are the ones that are sort of resisting, and they are not voicing out in terms of what is happening. So I'm not calling for unconstitutional changes of government. What I'm proposing to the table is, as it was already mentioned in terms of the communal conflicts, so one of my interests is in the communal conflicts, but for you to understand what happens at a global level, you would need to understand how the community itself interacts with one another. So the challenges that gets neglected at the communal level translates to what we are seeing at global level, from national to global. It's not an overnight thing. Those are some of the micro activities that happens, but we only want to deal with them once we see them manifesting. I think the institutions like universities and other parties have a role to play, especially in this space of how do we then address these issues before they can even crop up at the national level. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I take that as a comment plus some question. The panelist is taking, maybe take the notes first. We take the fourth question. And Ida?
Thank you very much. So throughout the discussions yesterday, and also particularly this morning, I find myself asking about leadership. Where are the leaders who can take up these ideas existing? And of course, there are questions about what kind. So I cannot resist this question to you, Wisdom. What do you make of the new Pope? And the power of the Catholic Church, given its global visibility, to do something around this critical citizenship notion vis-a-vis other religious leaders? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So we've taken 4 questions, but I'll give the speakers the privilege to choose which ones they want to answer. And if the answers could just be brief, that will help us. Thank you.
Thanks, Mano. I think I'll take the first question from David. I think it's a very good one. You know, at this time of great geopolitical flux, it's also an important opportunity to rethink alliances, rethink relationships. Certainly that's going on in many countries, including my own. And it creates an opportunity to work with different types of partners who have an interest in collective action, an interest in preserving the good parts of the international system. So I think for countries perhaps that are in the middle power countries that have some influence but are not tied into sort of too much of the great power games going on, there is an opportunity to work more closely together. But perhaps more importantly for me is which other actors might play an influential role. And I'm really interested in this idea of intersocial diplomacy. Diplomacy done by non-state actors such as universities, such as diaspora communities. Perhaps at this time it's actually an outsized opportunity for those other types of actors to really play a leadership role when we don't see that leadership from our governments necessarily. So I would put some hope in that. These kind of gatherings, for example, is a good example of what we can do together. And then bringing in different voices as well, and making sure that we can, if we are going to rebuild something, we rebuild it in a different way than has come before. Thanks.
So thanks for the questions. I'll try to take them in quick order. I've got instructions from my boss here, so I'm going to try to stay on task. So I think the question about whether or not we should go back to an insular, mindset or continue to fashion ways that we can build bridges across society is important. And I think, David touched on what we need to do. But what I would like to add is that we have to go beyond looking at common interests to anchoring these relationships in shared values that are, mutually, beneficial, right? Because at the heart of it, you can have common interests, but if they're not anchored in these solid values, we descend into the same kinds of asymmetries that I talked about. The youth question is very important to me, and I think this is where universities in particular have a role to play. We have a responsibility not just in shaping minds, but also creating the social mobility that people have come to associate with institutions like ours. But we cannot do it alone. And that is why a reorientation of curriculum, working in tandem with other partners, whether it's industry, whether it's government, so that we are enabling our young people to be the kinds of entrepreneurs, the kinds of innovators. But we have to create the kind of ecosystem that allows them to be able to do that. And universities have a part in that, but we cannot do it alone. We've seen examples of how our young people have actually moved innovation when they've had the opportunity to do so. I remind people that some of the global things we use now, whether it is M-Pesa, which has to do with transfers across different platforms and so on, came from this continent, right? Crowdsourcing with Ushahidi came from this continent. There's a lot of young people who are doing marvelous work. And some of the collaboration across institutions, and I reference the MasterCard Foundation Health Collaborative, where there is a focus on making sure that our young people are supported through higher education, but are also empowered through entrepreneurship and innovative ecosystems to be able to flourish. And we're seeing that with a lot of our young people. I think we have to continue to do that work. With regard to tradition, I'm not sure whether I got your question right, so if I don't, please, you can correct me. But I'm not asking for this kind of teleological approach where you've got tradition manifesting through some process into modernity. What I'm asking us to look at is self-critique about even that tradition. Because our traditional societies were not necessarily all hunky-dory either. We had the same kinds of differentiations within traditional society. So when we talk about traditional society, we have to come to it with a certain critical mindset. What I was talking about is the fact that we've imbibed a new notion of what is modern that tends to elide our traditions. And we talked yesterday in one of the sessions I was on about the importance of indigenous knowledge systems informing the way we do things. Even notions of entrepreneurship today seem to be anchored in the self-serving capitalist orientation about I'm an entrepreneur, and there isn't this sense of how your entrepreneurship actually lifts the rest of your society. And I think that needs to be part of the mindset that we build. I had a question around leadership. I kind of alluded to it, but I didn't get into it. So thanks for the opportunity to talk about it. I think that we need to have leadership that is inclusive and transformative. Pope Francis manifests some element of that, embracing those who were seen as the pariah, right, in Catholic faith, and pushing and challenging, centers of power. And foregrounding the importance of the least of our people, right, as focus for all of us. I think that every society should be measured in terms of its success by how much it's able to lift those at the bottom. If you're not able to do that, then you're not, in fact, being the mature democracy, the mature society that you have to be. And we have to be able to cultivate leaders who come to this with that mindset. The opportunity to look at everybody as equity deserving, look at leadership as a privilege to serve, because you're not there for self-aggrandizement, you're there to help enable transformation that lifts everybody up. And that is the kind of leadership we should be looking at across our own sector, in the private sector, in public service. The notion of public service has so much been eroded today because we go into these roles looking at it as manifestations of power, as opposed to expressions of humble citizenship that leads in the service of others. We have to return to that kind of formulation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll give Kolosa to make the last final comments.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you also for the questions. I think I also wanted to share a thought also I had with the question of the youth. I think there also needs to be a willingness from people who are more senior to us to give up a little bit of power for us to move forward. And I think it needs to start also at the university level. So the university needs to be the example. So if we do not start creating space for young people to get opportunities, then how can we expect society to also reflect that when we are not doing it at home? So I think for me, I would leave that to the challenge for our institutions for the next time we have a conference like this, for there to be more young people who are leading sessions, who are leading the agenda, and for that to play a key role.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, okay, thank you very much. This has been a very interesting session. I wish we had 2 hours actually, but we have to stop here. And thank you very much for the audience for the questions that you asked, which have made us to think through this. I give the floor now to the program director.
Thank you so much. Can we have one more round of applause to our panelists? Please don't go anywhere because there's going to be photos taken now. But thank you for that wonderful session. I think we can all agree that in a world still marked by inequality between the global north and the global south, because development agendas are often shaped by the global north, that it's so important that we strengthen institutions and focus on mutual priorities rather than dependency, which is what the conversation was all about. It must be transparent, it must be inclusive, and it must be rooted in local realities. So thank you again to this panel. We are moving right along to our 6th panel, dealing with the theme, what is at stake? And this is our final panel dealing with this theme, what is at stake? So once this panel steps back to their seats, we will welcome the next panel to join me on stage. So if you know who you are, please join me on stage as I introduce this next panel. Jose da Silva says there is no peace without food security, and there is no food security without peace. Panel 6 focuses on the theme that is food security. When food systems fail, stability soon follows. So in this session, we will discuss how disrupted food systems heighten vulnerability and spark unrest, and explore bold strategies to build resilient, self-sustaining agricultural systems that can nourish both people and nations for years and years to come. Our panel is made up of the following individuals. Prof Claire Quinn, who is a professor in natural resource management at the Sustainable Research Institute, University of Leeds in the United Kingdom, is going to be our moderator for today. Our speakers, we have Prof Patrick Caron, the chair of Agropolis International and vice chair of CGIAR, Integrated Partnership Board from France. We have Prof Lindiwe Sibanda, chair of the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research System Board, as well as an extraordinary professor at the University of Pretoria. And our respondent for today will be Dr. Selorm Dorvlo, Senior Lecturer of Agricultural Mechanization from the University of Ghana. With that being said, can we give our panelists and moderator a round of applause? Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. So, a little bit of introduction. So the FAO State of Food Security and Nutrition Report in 2023 showed that up to 757 million people globally face chronic hunger. And the World Food Programme Global Outlook in 2025 estimated that at the end of 2024, 343 million people globally were acutely food insecure. World Vision indicates that hunger crisis is deepening in Africa, where 1 in 5 face hunger on the continent. Conflict, extreme weather, and economic shocks are key factors driving food insecurity. It's not just a moral imperative to tackle food insecurity, but food insecurity creates instability in countries, regions, and globally, with social, economic, and environmental impacts. So this panel aims to engage with and tackle this challenge from a global and an African perspective. And I'm pleased to welcome our speakers, Patrick and Lindiwe, and our respondent, Selorm, to tackle that challenge. So Patrick, over to you first.
Thank you very much, Claire, and thank you, Future Africa, and thank you, Wanda, for bringing. I love this place since I've came here. It's just a place where inspiring discussions are taking place, just like the one we've heard just before us, and I really love to be here. We will make a couple presentation with Lindiwe. I will focus on the global picture, and she will focus on the African picture, but that will be an interconnected presentation. And if I may, from what I've heard, what is just fascinating, it's we are talking about Africa Week, but we are talking about Africa in the world. So it's the connection between global and Africa that I've heard since this morning, and I will continue with that. And not a surprise when we talk about the word security that it's a phase at the moment in the world. It was very well demonstrated by the previous panel because of the growing insecurity in the world, and especially in the global north for the last 3 to 5 years, and I'm thinking about pandemics and wars. So there is even something which is quite surprising and quite paradoxical when we come to food, is the word security and insecurity are coming back, but they are also coming back with the word sovereignty. And in particular, when we talk about food sovereignty, which in the 90s, it's something that emerged much more at the local level, and at the moment, we see that it also emerged at the national level, and of course, it invites to think about governance and in terms of international connections. This issue of food security has been back and forth in the agenda. Sometimes when there is a crisis, all TVs and newspapers are showing it. Let's remember the hunger riots in 28 because of price volatility in 37 countries in the world, and then we just forget about it. Back, forth, and of course when there is a crisis, we all focus on how to cope with the crisis and how to address it. And my speech here will be to draw the attention that it's a complex relationship between food security and security, not just the crisis and the way to cope with crisis, which is just unacceptable, but the fact that agriculture and rural development and food issues are generating conflicts as well. So it's two ways a relationship. But let me, before I get into the global picture, let me just be back in the history. When this word of food security came and emerged, it was in 1974 for the first time at the first Global Food Summit. And let's remind, 1974 was the period where it was not just post-colonial history, it was also drought, it was high price volatility, it was a very unstable period, but it was the period where the demographic increase was the most intense. And it's not just by chance that we begin talking about food security at that moment in 1974. And we talk about it in two ways. First of all, to ensure the supply at the global level, and that was after the Second World War, that was really the time when this issue moved away from just being a local issue to being a global issue. And the second was the price volatility and the need to stabilize the price and the access to food. So not just supply, but also access and in economic terms. So this is the background on what we are talking about. But now let's come back to what is the picture now. As Claire has said, the figure, and this is also a WHO figure, is around 800 million every year of people who go to bed hungry. And if we look at some further picture of the World Food Programme and think about the climate crisis that we are going through, we could have 1 billion with +2 degrees and 2 billion with +4 degrees. So this just points out for the interconnectedness of the crisis. For the first time, we go back to famine. That was in Sudan. And the climate change, as I said, is a very growing concern, which is in Natural Climate Change, there was an article that said that it already cut food productivity by 21%, but production will remain quite a challenge, even if we produce enough today. Because of climate change and other crises, we have to keep that in mind. I'm just providing the picture, the image of at the worldwide level. Well, this figure might be misleading. 1.5 billion people and 65%. 1.5 billion people is the figure in 2016, so it's a bit old. It has decreased, but it's increasing again by the World Bank of people living in conflicted areas in the world. It's huge. Huh? You remember 8 billion people, so it's huge. And 65% is not 65% of this 1.5 billion. It means 65% of the people, of the 800 million people who are hungry, live in conflicted area. That means 500 million people out of 800 million people going to bed hungry are living in conflicted areas. And this comes along with other dramatic issues like the ones you can read in bold: hunger, malnutrition, poverty, and displacement. If we look at this figure of the Global Report on Food Crisis by the Food Security Information Network, you can see the bold line is the number of countries, more than 20, where the main driver about food insecurity is conflict. And you can see that it has become the major driver of food insecurity and hunger by the time now. Well, if, as I said in my introductory words, we have to look at it as a vicious circle. It's not just conflict generating food insecurity, it's also food insecurity generated conflicts. And this connection goes in many ways. As we can see on the screen, conflict is destroying a lot of what ensure food security. It's about farms, it's about stocks, it's about markets, it's about infrastructure, it's about disrupting supply chain. And in vice versa, starvations is generating a lot of crisis, not just about health, but about political instability. If we go back to history, this was political stability was very much related to food security, and one of the responsibility of the king, of the sovereign, was to ensure food security to his or to her people. And this connection was from very long ago at the local level. But it's not just these two interactions, these two pillars of interaction. It's about also embedded and interconnected crisis, not just hunger, not just conflict, but also climate change, also natural resource depletion, poverty, inequality, bad governance, and the issue of access to natural resources in that sense is a very strong driver to both conflict and food insecurity. Access to land, access to water, access to natural resources, access to biodiversity resources. There are some drivers for those vicious circle. And finally, to complete this global picture, we could say that the conflicts, unfortunately, affect the most vulnerable people. Well, addressing this vicious circle, it's not just coping and addressing the consequences of conflict. It is, of course, because it's just unacceptable. But it's also looking at agriculture and rural development in all their dimensions as the best way to prevent conflict. And I put 3 pictures here that illustrate this historical phenomena. I could have put many other ones. The first one is in China, where the sovereign is providing food to his subject. The second one on the right is in Venezuela, more recently, no hay comida, there is no food, and the third one in the bottom is my own country, is the French Revolution, where starvation has been the detonator to the end of the monarchy in 1789. Well, this is the very complex interaction between all these issues, and as we can see, this is really a concern now in global documents, in global agreements, frameworks, and I just quoted here some of them, like the CFS Framework for Action. CFS is the UN Committee on World Food Security, so they issued a framework for action with principles, and they will now look at what is the implementation of it 10 years after they issued it. There is also in the UN Food System Summit, it's not a UN Food Summit, it's a UN Food System Summit, which is a big difference with what it was in the 70s, the one I quoted, where food was a concern for itself as a way to produce more to feed a growing population. Now food is looked at it in a very different way. It's at the heart of very complex connection and interaction with political stability, with environment, with climate change, with biodiversity, with social justice. And then there has been a summit in 2011, and one of the 5 action track is exactly on building resilience to prevent conflicts and shocks. FAO has a resilience program that deals with it, and you probably remember that in 2020 the World Food Programme has received the Peace Nobel Prize for its action. At CGR level, which I will not present CGR in detail, it's 9,000 scientists. It has been established in 1971, but the mission has a line from increasing, and it's not just CGR, other agricultural research institutions like mine, ICIRAD, has gone the same way to move from supporting the increase in commodity-oriented production to looking at a system approach to look at the connection that I was referring to. So the mission of CGR is to deliver science and innovation to transform food, land, and water system in a climate crisis. You can see the big change in the focus, and this change is about looking at holistic approaches and And conflict preventions and conflict mitigations is, of course, one of them, as I said. At the bottom of the slide, you can see the 5 impact areas of the system approach by CGR: nutrition, gender equality, environmental health and biodiversity, poverty reduction, climate action. You don't have conflict. But somehow, conflict is a cross-cutting issue. And this is just a bit outdated, but not a problem. You can see the approach of CGR, and that could apply to other agricultural research institutions. It's how to move with partner and to address from the bottom to the top, and to address this complex and systemic agenda to partner in different places, because the situation here in South Africa is not the same as in Ghana, not the same as in France or United States, and to look at three pathways to impact, to have an applied research impact, which is number 1, capacity development, number 2, innovation, number 3, policy, the green part of it, and to impact the 5 areas I mentioned, which is the blue part. But these 5 areas are not just by themselves. They are also areas that make it possible to prevent conflicts, to anticipate and to ensure that food security or food insecurity will not drive political instability. And the same is when we address one of those areas, we address it by integrating all these issues, because you cannot provide food security and political stability without looking at the 5 together. So what we are talking about is really a cross-cutting issue. And I will finish with that one quite quickly. It's realizing that in the previous portfolio that ended last year, but it will continue in a new form, there has been one mega initiative by CGR on fragility, conflict, and migration. And there were 4 focus of this initiative on very vulnerable areas. And you can see the first one. The first one is exactly what we are talking about. It's how to look at food security in fragile and conflict-affected food systems. Well, there was also something about urban and peri-urban, island, and bringing some food system lab. I will not talk about that, but this was just to say, yes, conflict and conflicted areas are key for looking at food security, but key for looking at food security as a cross-cutting area that behind it bring political stability and security itself. I think I will hand over to Lindiwe to focus now on Africa.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I don't normally start with thank yous, but this time I think it's fitting. It's so good to be back home. And thank you to Future Africa. Thank you to University of Pretoria for this invitation. It's special to me because it's a learning journey. Learning in the sense that it takes me back to 5 years ago when I took my father to a conference where I was a keynote speaker on food security. When I got off the podium, he was a very worried man at 90 years. He says, "Have you joined the country's intelligence services? Why is everything about security, when I sent you to school to learn about agriculture? Why have you turned it into a security issue?" My answer was the classic definition, 1974, from FAO. "No, Dad, we are here to talk about food. We are here to talk about access to sufficient, affordable, nutritious food." And he said, "So where is the security part of it?" I scratched my head and didn't have an answer, because this was a definition from 1974. Having listened to the first session, having reviewed the program that was prepared, I'm now better able to go back to him and say, we need a new narrative for global security and global Africa. And that narrative will have the following chapters. It will talk about climate and environment security. It will talk about health security. It will talk about knowledge security, economic security, socio-political security, and food security. These are the chapters of the book that I'm hoping will come out of this conference. And that will be the new definition that we, as Future Africa, are taking to the world. No longer the 1974 definition, which was fueled by high prices and increasing population. The new definition, particularly for food security, is fueled by conflict. And from all the sessions we've had, it's clear that times have changed. We need security, we need safety, we need freedom, we need protection from risk, and we need a new narrative for the development agenda. And congratulations, Future Africa, for framing the context for the next 50 years. My colleague has given you an overview of what CGIAR is, but I want to be brutal and honest for why I left Future Africa December 2022 when I was approached to take up the position of chair at CGIAR. In Africa, we've always known CGIAR as a white elephant. A white elephant with boys driving in 4x4 vehicles, getting into a village, putting people under a tree, asking them if they want to be partners, extracting knowledge from them, developing their proposals, and coming back with publications and no change in development. I said this needs to change, and I hoped that I would move the needle a bit. Of course, I wasn't going to do it alone, but the push from me was that Africa is the remaining continent. It is the museum for poverty. It is the museum for food insecurity. If you look at the map, all those dark patches are areas where you have more than 15 million people who go to bed hungry at night every day in the respective countries. And that's why I call it the Museum for Food Insecurity. It's got to change. And in CGIAR, we say with science, we can. With science, we can make Africa food secure. What does it take? That will be the session that follows after this. Mine is to say, what are we doing about it, and have we moved the needle? The good thing about where we are now is that Africa is preparing for the challenge. We know the challenges, we talk about them, and I've highlighted them in the chapters of the book that Future Africa is going to put up. And hopefully it will feature that climate change is one of the biggest drivers of food insecurity, but it is fueling the conflicts. Shortage of water for our pastoralists, shortage of food, lack of nutrient-dense food. We are now eating calories and not nutrients. What should we be doing about that? And then just the wrong policies to drive everything. Good thing, the Africa Vision starts from 2063. I always boast about my age. I will be 100 years by then, toothless, in 2063. But I'll be saying I was there when the agenda was defined. And one of the salient things in that agenda is silencing of the guns. We cannot silence the guns if people are hungry. We cannot silence the guns if we do not provide security. So what is Africa doing? We are happy to say that we now have a framework that has been updated from the 2004 Comprehensive African Agriculture Development Program, CAADP, which was a program that was put in place by heads of states, mainly to commit 10% of their budgets into developing agriculture, and research and development was the fourth pillar in that program. We are where we are now, but we saw it fit to revise and update that program, and we have a new one that's been endorsed by heads of states in Kampala in January this year. We also have the Climate Declaration for Africa. The Nairobi Declaration 2023 focuses on how Africa will tackle climate change. As I said, that's the biggest new thing in food insecurity. It's driving malnutrition, it's driving insecurity, it's driving migration and conflicts. Now, what is CGIAR doing? I'm happy to say we've been part of the journey to work with our African constituencies to make sure that these frameworks that have been developed are operationalized. Out of the 15 centers that CGIAR has, 4 are headquartered in Africa. This is the International Livestock Research Institute, headquartered in Ethiopia and Kenya. The IITA Institute, which is really the Africa-focused institute that's looking at technologies that come from all our 15 centers and how they can be adapted and promoted in Africa. We have Africa Rice in West Africa, and in Nairobi again, we have C4 ICRAF. So, just highlights of where we have made impact. I think we are no longer the white elephant, and I'm not saying it's the 3 years in CGIAR that I've spent that have changed that, but really it's the packaging, the narrative, and making sure it talks to the policy agenda. The biggest way we can scale and make a difference is where we influence policy, we align with policies, and develop technologies that are accompanied by private sector and public sector so that they reach those who need them the most. I won't read out, but everybody who's been in CGIAR or who's in research knows about the Loretta rice. We got the World Food Prize for that. This is a breed that was developed to improve productivity of rice, which is the staple for West Africa and the majority of Africans. We're able to influence 8 million people, were lifted out of poverty, and in 16 countries because of the 23% increase in yield from the new variety that was developed. At the International Livestock Research Institute, ILRI, we are working on improved pastures because part of the challenge is what do you feed those animals where we as Africans are not just keeping them for economic gain, they are social assets. But we've now amplified the fact that they are good for the environment, provided we are doing the right things. And thanks to programs like Qinisa, Gogo Qinisa, a program that's been born with the University of Pretoria, Future Africa, and the Faculty of NAS, where we are saying, we know the West is responsible for the highest emissions on greenhouse gases. But we know that if we don't feed our animals the right quality feed, if we do not use the manure the proper way, if we don't measure what emissions are coming from our livestock, we will become the museum of big emitters. So Qinisa is addressing that, making sure we have the right equipment, we have the right capacities, and that we have the right policies that can speak to evidence-based data to influence negotiations that Africa is adapting and mitigating when it comes to climate change. And we know livestock is always the bad guy there. C4, which is C4 ICRAF, which is the CGIAR Center on Trees and Agroforestry. You can't talk climate adaptation and mitigation without trees. So CGIAR is right there. And then we've just finalized a partnership with the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, where they become the main conduit in Africa for adopting the technologies that come from CGIAR and making sure they are disseminated to many African countries. So that's in a nutshell how CGIAR is developing technologies, customizing them for Africa, partnering with institutions in Africa, and making sure that these technologies reach our farmers and policymakers. One of the programs that's really exciting me in the new CGIAR is a new program that my colleague Patrick touched on. That's the program on fragility, conflict, and migration. Who would have thought that CGIAR would now be deep in intelligence issues on security? There we are, we have a mega program that we'll be pursuing from 2025 up to 2030 as part of our new strategy. This is the right time for it. We can't be left behind. We need the evidence. And for me, what really excites me, if you go down to what we are doing in the Sahel, we've partnered with an armed conflict location and event data shop, which is collecting real-time data on what is happening in terms of conflict in different areas, different locations, and feeding that into the system as early warning, collecting intelligence, back to what my father thought I was in the business of, on how we can mitigate those conflicts and provide real-time reaction working with UN agencies and other partners and governments, because it takes a collective to address those. We're working in Sahel, Ethiopia, Tigray, Nigeria, Somalia, Zambia, Ethiopia, Mali, all the hotspots for all the conflicts and all the threats and the risks that we are facing that are making us food insecure. Now, what is our role as academia and what should we be doing more? I want to go back to my introduction, that the new narrative that we need for food security is a 2025 definition of what food security means today and not what it meant in 1974. That definition cannot be complete without talking about global security, global Africa, and the issue of conflict, the issue of mitigation of those conflicts, and the issue of redressing our past and creating the future we need. And that's why I'm proud to be African at this time, where we are rewriting our own history. I thank you.
Okay, so Selorm, I hand the floor to you to make the first kind of remarks, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Thank you for the opportunity to be part of the panel and try to offer a response to the important discussion that the two panelists have just begun. Our panelists have offered us insight into this critical issue of food security, and they have highlighted the implications it has on the various complexities related to security challenges in Africa and globally. And the first presenter showed us how food security itself is not an end, but it goes into this vicious cycle where conflicts lead to food security, and food security results in more security. That cycle follows through that cycle. And in moving forward from that, he offers us also ideas around what we should be looking at. So the discussion about food has evolved beyond just increased production to a systems approach with different elements. So he began to talk about how food is not just about food as an entity, where we are looking at just increased production, but the discussion about food these days is about food systems, where food falls within that broader system approach, where you have to look at all the elements within it. And he offers us 5 impact areas, and in those areas, though conflict was not listed as one, it forms a cross-cutting issue which delves into the other aspects that can result in either food insecurity if not handled well. Also, our second presenter then draws us into the African context, and then also showed the activities that CGRI is doing, and also highlighted the point that food security should not just be about the old discussion where it was based on high prices, and that led to the definitions that were formed, but we have to look at the new situations on the ground. And she also made mention of the fact that we are now aware of what the problems are, and we are beginning to appreciate that and form solutions around it. And then made mention of the Agenda 2063, where it draws out the elements within which in Africa we try to achieve those activities. There is the mention of the CADEP goal and then a climate declaration in Nairobi as well. And for this, it shows us also how, if we begin to look at food security and we draw in all these aspects of climate change and all the other discussions that we've had since yesterday, there was the mention of the fact that we need to have good data. And for me, it resonated also with the knowledge security discussion we had yesterday as to how do we leverage on that information that would be brought in, and then how do we secure such data. The presenter went ahead to give specific examples of some of the impacts that have been achieved. And the three main ones that were mentioned is the distribution of the Loretta rice to about 8 million people. And for me, rice is an important aspect because I've worked a lot on rice. My mechanization activities has been on rice, and I know how much important that is to the smallholder farmer. For example, in Ghana, you have different production sections, and there are communities that do as low as 30% of the yield that they are supposed to get, and no matter what they do, that's the average yield that is expected of them. So the higher, the better improved systems you give them will mean that you would have more production and also leads to more food availability. Then there is a mention of the increase in forests that some of the activities have led to as well. Now, in the concluding sessions, there's also the aspect of the fragility, conflict, and migration aspect, where CGRI is trying to bring that together and also look at food security from that perspective also. Then the speaker draws to a close by asking us to for the need for new definitions for food security. Now, from a youthful or a young researcher perspective, all this brings to fore what advantages do we seek to find, what kind of leverage points need to be created so as to ensure that space is created for the dialogue to move on, where everybody's view is brought on board, to have a collective activity around all this. As mentioned in the earlier discussion in the morning, where the African identity within these discussions, how do we ensure that when we are redefining what food security or insecurity is, how do we ensure that the different ideologies and identities within the African perspective is brought into this? And also, we should be able to, first of all, from the earlier discussion, define clearly what the African identity is, and then now draw that back into the food security or insecurity discussion that we want to have. And that then forms revisions that we would bring into the different agendas or goals that have been set. So that's my kind of response to the discussion we just had. Thank you.
Thank you, Selorm. I think a really good summary, and also kind of useful to bring in your own perspectives and your own experience. So we have some time now to open the discussion up to questions. As many of the other moderators, can I ask you to keep your questions/comments brief so that we have enough time to get a range of perspectives from the audience? So who would like to start us off with the first question? So we have a hand here, and then Manu at the front, and then a third here, and then a fourth, the gentleman in the middle. So Can we start with the lady in the middle at the back there? Yes, and then Manu second. Go ahead, and please tell us your name and where you're from.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to engage here, and I would like to appreciate the presenters. My name is Florence Nerera. I'm here at Future Africa and managing the CONISA program, or that Professor Lindiwe alluded to. I've got a request to Professor Lindiwe with regard to definitions, that we are taking the new definition of food security in 2025 as part of the new dispensation. I would like to request that we consider also a new definition of what is rural. Because of the rural urban divide, there is no more clarity between what is a rural area and, since the urban areas also now exhibit forms of rurality in them. So this is a response that's coming from here to say, can we combine those two, because rural and food were always associated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Manu.
Okay, thank you. I've got a question for Prof. Patrick. You mentioned a very critical part about access to resources. Part of the problem of access is ownership. How do we resolve the question of ownership of resources? Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And I'm appreciating the succinct questions. So this gentleman here is third, and then we have one more, and then we'll do a round of responses.
Yeah, my name is Akim Mwape. I'm from the Global Research Alliance on Agriculture Greenhouse Gases. I'm just happy to hear about the progress that is being made across Africa in terms of research and development, and also the review of the frameworks, agriculture frameworks like the Kampala Declaration, which was just launched a few weeks ago. But just a little bit concerned about how we are future-proofing these frameworks. Are there any specific steps which we should take to ensure that come, say, 2063, we do not just sit here to review document after document and nothing being done to address the hunger or food security situation?
Thank you. And I think then we had a final question, this gentleman in the middle. Make yourself known, that's it, lovely.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Malusi Twala from the Academy of Science of South Africa. Thank you to the two speakers. The key messages drawn from there was to approach our societal situation from a systems perspective. I think that's what the first speaker indicated. And Prof. Lindy left academia and research with the task to influence national and regional policies. Now, I would like to request the two speakers just to give us two priorities through which academia can adopt approaches to influence the policymaker and the implementers, because all our systems, whether it's food security, transport, education, are becoming increasingly fragile, such that evidence and science-informed policy advice is not necessarily getting the prioritization in the policy land-making space. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I hand over to our speakers, and as before, feel free to answer whichever questions you like. Lindiwe, you first.
Thank you very much. I want to start from the last, then that way I can move upwards towards my left. So, how can academic institutions be part of the policy play, is your question. I think for a long time we go to school to do science, to do arts, and we forget the big picture of changing the status quo. And one is scaling up and scaling horizontally or vertically. And in my world, I believe when you influence policy, you have moved the needle, because that framing of policy creates the conducive environment for all actors to deliver what they're supposed to do. So the question is, as an academic, where is your space? I used to work with an outfit called Fanapan, which I really embraced and treasured a lot, because we generated the narrative for how academia can do that. There are three things. You need the message, which is the evidence. But that evidence, we always want to push through academic publications. Then we get promoted. But that evidence, if given to the right messenger, and a messenger is a person who knows how to communicate, but is also communicating from the heart, because that issue they are advocating for affects them the most. So we would then take the evidence, equip messengers, who then are positioned for the right platform. So your role is to take that messenger with the evidence to a platform where they can interface with policymakers, where they can interface with media, where they can interface with popular platforms that amplify that voice. Can you imagine in the village, in the rural areas, the next question, where poverty used to be biggest, where most of our food came from, where you talk about the problem of markets. You do your research, you find the chief of that village, you give them the scientific evidence that you've generated, but package it in local lingua that your policymaker, who is an ordinary pedestrian, will be able to understand. And then you do a newspaper article with your journalists. We have seen change in policy that way. And always remember, policy has many players. Don't always look for your attribution and say, where is my name? Your victory should be the change in development. But as academics, we always say, but my name was not there or read in Parliament when they changed. It won't be read. Now to the second one on rural-urban. We went to school during 80-20. I always joke about that, where 80% of people lived in rural areas and 20 in urban. That number has been blurring over my last 60 years. Some countries is as down as 40, 60, and close to 50-50, where people have emigrated out of rural into the cities, and they are producing food in the cities. So you're right, as we look at food production, food security, let's not always look at the poor farmer. Let's look at the producers of food and the consumers of food, and make sure we are talking, how do we become secure? How do we prevent conflict as we produce food? Thank you.
Well, thank you. And to jump, I will begin with the, just like Lindiwe, with the last questions about the role of academia. And I'd like to say, let's move to 5 directions when it comes to the role of academia. For the last decades, science has been looked at mainly to deliver technology and to deliver evidence to prescribe decision-making. We have to move away from that. I'm not saying that we should not think about designing, testing, and promoting technology. It's part of the role of academia as well. But there are 5 more functions we have to think about. First is about evidence with 2 issues. The number 1 is to provide evidence to look at, and to evidence and metrics and data to look at these interconnections, to look at complexity. There are so many issues we don't know how to measure and assess, the ones we highlighted during our presentation, but it's also about the status of evidence and expertise, not prescription, but to enlighten what's taking place. The second one is to engage academia in new types of arrangements, institutional arrangements, which means looking at reviewing science policy interface. Usually we think about science policy interface as science deliver evidence and policy will apply, and we know that it doesn't work that way because Science usually does not provide actionable knowledge, but academic knowledge, and because the policymakers have many other criteria to make action knowledgeable, and not just the knowledge. There are so many issues, so we have to invent new ways. I will not develop too much, but it's also about shaping risky, safe spaces where we can really engage and look at controversies without polemics, and look at the pain points and the difficult issues and obstacles to address. Well, together with the University of Pretoria, we engaged in what was called by the participant the Montpellier process to try to invent something new. The third functions is about foresight. It's about looking at the future. It's about thinking the unthinkable, what we cannot imagine, but science can also be part of its exercise. Not own this exercise, but being part. The fourth one is about creating is not the right word, sorry for that, and for my English, but it's about raising the new generation of scientists. It's about bringing them to think in a different way and to shape the problems that we don't even know that they will come through. And the fifth one, then Lindiwe touched upon that, it's about agenda shaping. It's about how science can send signals, can bring evidence, can look at the future, and can convince society and decision makers that some emerging issues are the critical ones for the future and for sustainability. So 5 issues, 5 functions. Now, when it comes to access to resources, yes, this is one of the main drivers of conflicts. Access to water, access to land, which means land tenure, which means water management practices and stewardship and water tenure. Very often this comes in 2 ways, either because the resource is disputed by different protagonists, either because this is a common good and the institutions, I refer to Elinor Ostrom, for example, the institutional issues that make them a common good are not strong enough to ensure that the tenure is respected, the rules are clear and accepted and owned by the society. So this is really at the heart of most of the conflicts, and if you look at those, this is not the only driver, but if you look at this, this is important. And if I refer to the previous panel, there has been a tendency in the 20th century to think that the Occidental or global north types of rules of ownership should be the only one. And then we discovered that there is a pluralism, a plurality of regime of tenure that have to be understood, analyzed, understood, and sometimes, of course, improved because of demographic pressure, but have to be taken into account and not just substituted by what we call modern law. So that's a very important issue. And if I may, it was not a question, but it's a reaction to what Lindiwe has said, to build this new narrative. I think food security has been developed as a normative concept, as we said, in 1974. We mentioned 1974, but of course the definition has evolved, and there is another one in 1996 that ensures access to food for all and for everyone. But then the narrative to think about is to move, now it's not to forget about food security, but it's to move to something else, which is food system, not as a normative approach, but as an analytical approach, as it was developed by the high-level panel of expert framework. But then we have worked together with, including with Claire, with a master MSc student and PhD student, to see how this can be applied and look at it as an analytical framework to feed into what is the new normative framework, which is about security. And this is the book to be written. And security in that sense is, again, a normative one which talks about welfare, equity, and peace.
Do you want to come back on that?
Just a quick one on resources. Prof, when you asked the question, I just thought money. I'm sorry, I didn't think water. And what came to my mind is the resources that Africa is sitting on in terms of minerals. I come from country X, where farms are 500 hectares, and the standing policy is if you're a farmer, you own what's above the ground, and anyone can come and prospect and find real resources underground and register those. So that is a big issue, and if we are talking of a new narrative for Africa, we've got people to blame for where we are, but we have got golden, platinum opportunities that can leapfrog us to a better world for as long as there's justice and equity on how we use those things. And biodiversity. A quick one on Mwape. Dr. Mwape asked the issue of how do we safeguard these frameworks. I think these are frameworks, they are not programs. But let's develop KPIs that define where do we want to be step by step. And I'm happy to say African Union now has an accountability framework. Biennially, they ask NGOs who come and do the measurements and report on a scorecard. I think these are baby steps to accountability, and that will entrench these things into our genetics, and we'll learn to operationalize these frameworks, but also deliver based on KPIs that we have agreed on, key performance indicators.
Okay, so we're coming to the end of this session. I just wanted to check with Selorm, you didn't have any final comments? Are you okay? But I do think that a challenge has been set for us in terms of academia, that how do we go beyond the information generation and evidence to working more closely with those boundary organizations that can help move the needle in terms of policy, because that's when we're going to be able to tackle food security and political and social security and all of those things that are kind of linked together and tackle those challenges as academics. So thank you very much to my panel and to you and the questions, and I hope that our tea break will offer an opportunity for further discussion. So thank you very much.
For another intriguing conversation, Prof Quinn, Prof Caron, Prof Lindiwe, as well as Dr. Dorvlo. I think something very interesting that you said, Prof Lindiwe, was you broke down the responsibilities. And I think with all of the discussions we've been having, we're all trying to find where we fit in those responsibilities. And you said there's evidence, there's a messenger, and there's a platform. And I think each and every one of us here today can fit ourselves into one of those groups. Are you providing evidence? Are you the messenger who's taking the information? Or are you giving the platform in which this information will serve and have an effect? With those two conversations being done, we are now going to have a short 30-minute break. And in this break, you're going to be able to go to the hub to get some refreshments. If you are like me and chose fashion over comfort and you need sunlight, this is also an opportunity to stand out in the sun so that you can melt off after the freezing conditions that are in this venue. But also, please listen out to the gong. There's a big loud gong that we play when it's time to come back. And this brings us to the end of What's at Stake. So we've just finished our discussions of what's at stake, and as soon as we come back, we start to discuss what will it take. And so you can't leave without knowing what will it take. You've got to stay to find out what the solutions are to all of these problems we've been talking about in the past 2 days. So with that being said, see you all at 11:30 back in this venue. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, from those refreshments. I hope that you feel warm and you are ready for the next very exciting conversation, very high-level conversation that's going to take on. As I said, we are now moving on to the step of what will it take. And so this session, we turn to the foundations that we need to sustain what shapes global security. And this session is asking the bold question, what will it truly take to build a security framework that reflects the realities of our time right now? Our moderator will be Dr. Haida Hackman, Chair in Science Futures at the Center of Research and Evaluations, Science and Technology, University of Stellenbosch, South Africa. Our speakers, we have Prof Loretta Feris, Vice Principal Academic at the University of Pretoria, Dr. Phil Mjwara, former Director General for the Department of Science and Innovation, South Africa, and Ambassador Designate of South Africa at UNESCO, Prof. Stephen Friedman, who is a research professor at the Faculty of Humanities, Politics Department, University of Johannesburg, and last but certainly not least, Prof. Baniyelme David Zoogah, Associate Professor of Thokozile School of Business, McMaster University of Canada. Can we give them all a round of applause?
Thank you very much, Alma. Great program directing. So thank you from all of us. Colleagues, it's a pleasure to welcome you to this almost final session, or following Lindiwe's comments in the last session, second to last chapter of the book that's going to be produced. And a special welcome to the distinguished panelists. You've been introduced, and with your permission, I'm not going to go through those introductions again. We are going to try and finish by 1 o'clock, as per the program. So, colleagues, Alma has briefly said what the session is about, and let me try and just wrap up what the thinking was of the program committee. So we thought, on the one hand, we need to look at, can we make the case for the need for a more comprehensive, expanded, integrated, and I would say synergistic understanding of global security. And I think with the wonderful speakers we've had, with the various security domains that we've tackled, that case has been made for the need for that. And so what is left now is to say, well, yeah, what would enable the adoption and the pursuit of such a new understanding, a new global security order? What would it take? What are the foundational enablers? And many of those have emerged through yesterday's sessions and this morning's sessions. But our panelists here are each going to take 15 minutes to do deep dives into some of those. So Loretta will speak on respect for the protection of human rights. Phil on international cooperation and diplomacy, with a nice strong emphasis also on the role of science, I believe. Stephen on democracy, and Baniyelme on cultural understanding and dialogue. So without further ado, Loretta, over to you.
Thank you for that introduction, and also to the organizers for inviting me. And to be here, not wearing my hat as Vice Principal responsible for the academic project here at UP, but really wearing my hat as somebody who has worked for several years in the field of human rights and its intersections with the environment and with trade and development. And so I want to talk a little bit about the multilateral human rights framework and whether it still offers the notion of security. And then I want to suggest some areas where we can do some interrogation to see whether we can improve the current situation. Now, yesterday in the panel on economic security, there was a conversation around the multilateral framework as it operates within the context of international economic and trade, the international economic and trade domain. And an observation was made that the Bretton Woods institutions have outlived their utility. And this is the question that I have been asking myself really over the last 2 years in particular, but also having seen some of the developments over the last 5 years in the domain of the multilateral human rights framework. But on the positive side, the Human Rights Council has addressed emerging human rights issues more recently, and it has responded to crises across the globe. For example, in 2021, the Council recognized for the first time the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And that was a landmark moment because this has come after years and years, well, decades really, of trying to get the Human Rights Council to get to this moment of actually recognizing the right to the environment. So there has been successes. But I think fundamentally over the past 5 years, the United Nations Multilateral Human Rights Framework has faced significant developments and significant challenges as a result of those developments. And I think a pivotal test for the human rights framework has been the recent conflict in Gaza. Now, we must remember that the modern international human rights framework emerged in response to the devastation of the Second World War. So it was quite a significant milestone, given the crisis that the world and humanity has just been through, that we adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And in essence, this was humanity saying, never again. It was saying that maybe if we draft a set of normative values and we legislate them into law, international law in this case, or even international policy or guidelines, because of course the convention itself is not a treaty. But in essence, it was saying maybe then, if we all come together and we agree on this set of normative values and principles, then we will never again be in a situation where we decimate cities, we wipe out innocent citizens, including women and children. Well, as we now know, that has not worked out so well for us. And so over the last several decades, we have seen that there was, since the Universal Declaration, this attempt to have multiple treaties that would kind of safeguard this notion of if we have these principles and values in place, we will not go back to where we have been. But at the same time, over the last few decades, we have seen that the challenge for the multilateral system has been one of credibility. Because, first of all, human rights norms are not, in fact, universal norms. As much as we want to tell ourselves that we all fundamentally adhere to these principles and we all agree on them, the reality is that we don't all agree on them. And so, as I think Phil would attest, many of these agreements are actually the result of hard negotiations, protracted negotiations, and often a sort of watering down of language in order to reach some sort of agreement that would get states to sign. But we often also know that some states will drive a very hard bargain during the negotiations and end up not becoming a signatory at all. And I think the US is a repeat offender in this regard, but there are other states as well. Of course, this is very different to a state level, right? Because at the state level, a human rights framework is typically adopted in a constitution through democratic processes, and it's enforced by a court of law. So as a rule, it doesn't have this challenge of enforcement and thus of credibility. But of course, one has to recognize that the extent to which at a state level there is adherence to the constitution depends on the strength of its own governance processes. So it's not necessarily always a given. But let me return to the global framework. I want to highlight really 3 areas where there is a challenge. The first one is that of credibility that I've already alluded to. Because what we are seeing is that the geopolitical dynamics within, for example, the Human Rights Council often result in selective attention. And so that creates a kind of a friction, and it creates an inevitable, sometimes a situation where countries withdraw. So if one take, for example, the focus on Israel, as we've known, and this has been a long-standing issue within the Human Rights Council. And it's in fact a permanent agenda item. The human rights situation in Palestine and other occupied territories is an item on the permanent agenda. And so that means that at every session there is a discussion of Israel's record. As a result, for example, in 2018, the US decided to withdraw from the Council because of what it calls an anti-Israel bias. It did, however, rejoin in 2022. There's also been a critique that some powerful states would shield their allies from scrutiny, leading to other blind spots. So, for instance, until 2022, the Council has hesitated to confront China over credible reports of gross abuses in Xinjiang. So that's the credibility problem. But there's also a more practical problem that has emerged, especially since COVID, and that is a persistent funding and resource crisis, especially after COVID, where some of the members have not been able to pay their dues. But as it is, it's only about 4% of the total UN budget that is actually dedicated to human rights. And that means that the effectiveness of the human rights framework has actually never been what it should be, but it has been reduced since the pandemic. But then the funding crisis in the UN is not only related to overall budget issues, but are also political in nature. Some of the powerful member states have actively sought to either withhold or reduce the resources for human rights mechanisms that they oppose. So there's always this tension between politics and the actual human rights framework. And so as a result, the issue of neutrality, of impartiality, has, to my mind, become the biggest challenge for the UN framework. And this is particularly playing out right now. And I think the ongoing conflict in Gaza has emerged as a significant challenge for the multilateral system. And that is because these kind of historic failures to adhere to neutrality, to adhere to impartiality, to stay away from this kind of political interference, has actually led to a situation where, in the aftermath of the events of 23 October and the subsequent invasion of Gaza, the UN has not really been able to drive a very strong human rights agenda to address the issues that's playing out. The UN Security Council, for example, faced challenges in taking action due to the vetoes from permanent members. In October 2023, multiple draft resolutions called for a humanitarian pause or a ceasefire, but the majority of them did not pass. Notably, the US vetoed one resolution because it did not explicitly mention Israel's right to self-defense, whilst Russia and China vetoed some of the other resolutions for different wording issues. There was a resolution that was adopted by the General Assembly, not the Security Council, but the General Assembly, demanding immediate and sustained humanitarian truce in Gaza, essentially calling for a ceasefire. Now, this has passed. It has passed with 121 votes in favor, 14 against, and 44 abstentions. But of course, these are not binding. So I think this conflict has become a mirror reflecting the strengths and the weaknesses of the multilateral UN system. So what we need, I think, is a return to impartiality. When we examine the domestic legal system, we find that it functions effectively due to the perceived objectivity of the courts. The objectivity is reinforced by the judiciary's ability to apply established legal principles to specific facts. Essentially, court proceedings are aimed to establish the facts of the case, right? So that's what a case is all about. You establish the facts. So in scientific terms, we need the data, we need the evidence. And that enables us to determine the facts and then apply the legal principles to those facts. And I think that's why legal systems at a national system works. It's not quite the same at an international system. However, I do think that UN's legitimacy can be bolstered when it applies the same standards to all parties. The credibility that matters is credibility with respect to fact and to law, not political favor. For instance, I think this practice that the OHCHR has had in respect to Gaza, where it meticulously verifies casualty figures and refute false narrative, has been one that has worked in its favor because it has been seen as objective. So I think there is the capacity to do so, but I also think that the multilateral system requires better funding because it would require the funding to ensure that it is able to conduct its work. I think the second important point, and this will be my last point, Heide, that I want to make, is that we need more work outside of the formal system. Civil society, for example, has been instrumental in driving the evolution of the international human rights system and of international human rights norms. NGOs, advocacy networks have often campaigned for new human rights standards, such as the one on the environment, for example, and has contributed language and expertise during negotiations. For example, when I come back to the human right to a clean environment, a broad coalition of civil society and indigenous activists was credited for pushing the particular narrative, for pushing the particular agenda item, and for finally getting the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly to recognize the right. I think civil society also plays a pivotal role in holding governments accountable, playing a monitoring role. But that is only if governments themselves, the state themselves, respect civil society and allows them the space to participate, allows them the space to accompany government to these multilateral framework meetings, and allows them to be advised and to be guided by civil society. And then, of course, academics, similarly so, we can provide the data mentioned earlier. We are in the position where we can objectively inform decision-making. So this notion of science-informed policy is so much more important at the global level. We are at the cutting edge of the development of new knowledge, and our impact, as we know, is amplified when we work across our disciplines and in partnership with civil society and communities. And this is exactly the kind of work that's being done here at Future Africa. And so I think our communication of this kind of work at a global level is crucial. And then a significant development in recent years is the growing recognition of indigenous knowledge as a valuable resource for addressing global challenges. And so I think the support for indigenous civil society to allow them to influence and to shape human rights is important, and that has to happen at the state level to allow them to participate at the global level. And then finally, young people play a powerful role, especially we've seen it now in climate justice. For instance, they've taken a lead position at the national level by bringing climate cases to court. And their motivation stems from a desire to protect the environment that they will inherit and live in. So we need more of these kinds of voices, diverse voices that will bring a different conversation to the multilateral human rights system. And perhaps at that point, we can begin to see a turn in this current trend. Thank you, Heide.
Thanks very much, Loretta, also for picking up on this issue of who acts and at what level. And I'm sure the other speakers, or I'm challenging you to also try and go in that direction in your remarks. Phil, may I invite you?
Thanks very much, Heidi. And I want to start by thanking the University Future Africa for bringing me all the way from Europe to come back to South Africa. So it's really something I appreciate and not taking for granted. And yourself, Program Director, and I also like to acknowledge the fellow panelists. So I think the topic of global security and it's linked to the other securities that we've been talking about is a topic that we've been asked to talk about, but I just want to start by giving a little bit of context, if you don't mind, Heidi. And in this context, I want to explore three areas: politics, knowledge, or scientific activities, and then the economic and social trajectory. So allow me then to start with an example of what I think was a turning point during the Second World War through science. If we all remember the Manhattan Project that was led by Robert Oppenheimer, it wasn't just a military program. Of course, on the scientific side, it was a convergence of physics, mathematics, and engineering. In fact, at the time, as a scientific community, we were excited about trying to understand what is inside the atom and what is inside the nucleus. So a group of scientists who were not happy about the developments in Germany, for reasons that we all know, migrated to the United States of America. And this Manhattan Project, therefore, was a project where the scientists were working in the US to try and see whether the advances in the nuclear physics and mathematics could assist in developing a nuclear bomb. I'm sorry to bring this language just before lunch, but it is a reality. And then it so happened at the same time that Japan, if you remember, then attacked Pearl Harbor in the United States, a country that was not part of the war. And that triggered the United States to bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan. So you may be fascinated by my story, but the issue here is an interface between politics, scientific development, technology, and in fact, if you think about the economic trajectory of Japan, it changed completely after that, because the US worked with Japan to build the second largest economy in the world. So that's the first example to look at the interface between these three areas that I just wanted to share with you. And I'll come back to the leadership of those that were involved in the Manhattan Project later on. The second one is an example closer to home here in South Africa, so I'll give these two examples. The first one is an example of a general who you all know, General Smarts, who was, of course, one of the governors here in South Africa for the British Empire at the time. It so happens that he was the last one, because after that we then moved into General Herzog. He was, of course, a wartime leader who was interested in how science and innovation and industrial development would assist in the development of the radar. Now, the radar, as you all know, helps you to bounce waves between the transmitter and the receiver, and by so doing, you can detect whether an object in front of you is moving closer to you or away. So for aircraft detection during the war, it's an important technology to understand. But he then, and I don't know if South Africans know this, that he's actually the person who established the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in 1945. They didn't know this. So my point here in this second example is here is somebody who's a general, a political leader, who of course set up the League of Nations and the United Nations, concerned about technology, and because he's concerned about technology, he then shaped an industrial development in South Africa that we had not thought about. If I had more time, Heidi, I'm conscious of the 15 minutes, we would talk about the industrialization that happened in South Africa in an area called Vanderbijlpark, which is not far from here. And the establishment of the Nuclear Energy Corporation, DENEL, as a group of institutions in South Africa that were created in order to deal with the sanctions at the time. So again, even in that example, you can see the geopolitics, because remember, what was happening in South Africa, even though we were fighting apartheid, but there was also a fight of making sure that communism doesn't filter down below some of the countries in the African continent. So again, here is an example of politics, and leadership in politics, technology, as well as economic issues. So I hope I've convinced you that these three things cannot be treated separately, and it is possible to link the three. And then the second point, which I will come back to earlier on, is that in 1957, an organization called the International Atomic Energy Agency was born, not to build bombs, but to promote the peaceful use of nuclear. And then another institute, Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, which was set up around 1974, brought scientists together in order to assist in dealing with complex policy challenges from resource management to climate change forecasting. The integration of system science into strategic national planning showed how the global scientific institutions could feed into domestic policy. So here I'm trying to demonstrate that scientists have a role to play, and I'm introducing the concept of science diplomacy. Recently, policymakers have been very much concerned about the effect of climate change on the fish stocks on the North Atlantic Sea. And this involves a continent in Europe, but it also affects the fishing stocks in a continent in North America. It so happens that these fish stocks and how they behave and how they grow depends on the climate systems that's happening on the south, because it's the interface of the oceans in the south that drives the developments that are happening in the north. So recently there was a Belém statement where EU, Africa, North Africa, and South America would collaborate. So there's a scientific community that is collaborating to try and understand how food security, which is the topic that we talked about earlier on, cannot be affected hugely by understanding the climate change variations and how they affect the fish stocks. And it doesn't choose which of these continents. So the second concept, therefore, that I'm introducing is a concept of international collaboration and scientific diplomacy. So now I'm moving closer to home. If you think that the fight in South China Seas is a conflict of war, I think we are mistaken. It's not about war. It's about a small company which is based in Taiwan that is manufacturing nanochips. These nanochips are used in the military area. They are used in smartphones. The smaller the chip is, the more you can get into this. So the war is not so much about the South China Seas, but it's about how this company that has developed this scientific knowledge and this technological capability, who should it send its nanochips to? So again, Heidi, I'm talking about the geopolitics that we see on the outside and the role of science, technology, and innovation and economic progress. I could talk about Ukraine and the recent events that we have seen with the agreements that have been signed recently, right in the middle of the war, which we think it's a war of occupied sections of Ukraine and the interest of Ukraine to get involved in the EU. It's much, much more than that. So now let me move into where to from here. The first thing that I want to suggest we think about and maybe propose is what is the role of leadership post-colonialism in the continent? And I don't think we should trivialize this because I think it's much more complex than that. Having spent a few weeks in a multilateral organization in Paris and being part of the Africa group of ambassadors, I have learned that there are countries in the continent whose foreign reserves are not in the continent. The foreign reserves are held in another country in Europe. So if your foreign reserves are not in your own country, what lever do you have to invest in R&D that we talked about yesterday? What lever do you have to invest in the infrastructure that you need? And then you end up with those that come and offer these leaders financial support if they, of course, provide their natural resources to them. So this issue of leadership is crucial, but I think let's not trivialize it. In the world that I was in before I became an ambassador, somebody says averages are good in arithmetic, but they are not good in real life, because somebody would say if you put your feet in ice and you put your head in fire, on average you are okay. You're not okay. So I think we should not trivialize this. So I think we need to get deeper into understanding the political and social and economic challenges that are faced by our leaders. It's very easy for us to criticize, but I think it's much more complicated than that. And then once we understand this, I just then want to say, I admire the leadership of China, and I would like to know, how did they invest in being able to build an economy which, if you go to parts of China, Shanghai, you drive to one part of Shanghai, you can actually see what China looked like, and you drive to another part of Shanghai, you can see the transition. And when I was there a year ago to attend a board meeting of SKA, there are 2 volumes of a book that is written by the president of China about how to manage China in these turbulent and geopolitical times. So I would like to read that when I have more time. But I'd like to understand this and the interface of leadership and democracy. Here I know I will touch a very sore point. Yesterday, Adam talked about a number of countries that he said we should look upon. Singapore was one of them. Republic of Korea and Japan are some of those. And the leadership in these countries, interestingly enough, if you go to Singapore, they say the father of Singapore didn't take nonsense. And in fact, he was not a fan of democracy. If you go to China today, there is a lot of noise about human rights. So strong leadership and democracy, can they coexist? And of course, if you throw in monarchy there, what is this complexity? So again, I'm trying not to trivialize issues because we tend to stay on the surface and not go deep. So I don't have an answer, unfortunately, Haile, but I think the forum like Future Africa perhaps needs to help us to navigate through what I think is a completely complex space. I want to offer a second suggestion. In Southern Africa, we have in DRC cobalt, we have manganese and nickel in South Africa, and we have lithium in Zimbabwe, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. Now, these are the minerals that are needed in the electric vehicles that China is #1 in at the moment. So why are we not building the knowledge and a center of excellence in these 3 countries to value add these materials so that we can shape the geopolitics of this? Because not only is China interested in these materials, the Europeans are interested as well as. So if I had more time, I would share with you some of the thoughts that I'm having around these areas in order to move away from just talking about them, but mineral knowledge, economy, and leadership. And then I want to come back to the issue of diaspora, which was proposed earlier on. It's not a trivial matter, again, because most of the people who are in the diaspora are not happy with the politics in the continent. So to just say bring back the diaspora, it's a trivial statement. You need to go deeper into understanding why are they successful scientists in the United States, in the UK, and what will make them to want to come back and help us in this knowledge enterprise that we need. And then the third example that I want to, or proposal that I'd like to make, please, I know that as people who work in a democracy, as ambassadors, we are not important. But ambassadors can talk to presidents, they can talk to ministers. So let's not underestimate the role of ambassadors, perhaps in the science diplomacy discussion that you've introduced at UNESCO, but let the ambassadors speak on your behalf as the scientific community, because one of the questions that I wanted to ask as my closing is, why are we having this conversation today as researchers in the scientific community? Is it the first time we're having it? Is it the only platform where we're having it? So what is this lever that will allow us to have this conversation in a table where we're speaking to the political decision makers so that they can have a better sense of what we do as a scientific community and what we can do for their leadership and what we can do for the socio-economic progress. So let me stop there. I know maybe I would have gone a few minutes. I sincerely apologize. But thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, Phil. So, I mean, both of you have stuck to your time. Thank you. Phil, that last comment of yours is a distinct invitation to all of us, Mr. Ambassador. We will get back to you. And of course, in the book, you'll have time to elaborate on some of these wonderful thoughts. I am not going to comment now, but Stephen, I think Phil has already set a few challenges around democracy, leadership for you. So may I give the floor to you?
Yeah, thank you. I gather I have 15 human minutes rather than 15 academic minutes, but pity. 1 human minute is, well, we won't go into that now. I am going to talk about democracy, and I don't want to get into the definitional issues too much and the debate too much, but let me say at the outset that I think that certainly in Africa, the claim that we hear very frequently that democracy, I think the common phrase is you can't eat democracy, and there are all sorts of good reasons why democracy is not good for you. I think the evidence of the last 50 years shows that democracy is not a luxury in Africa, it's essential. It's worth mentioning, among other things, that up until the 1990s, which is the period I'm going to be talking about, the 1990s and beyond, there were only 2 countries in Africa which had been democratic for decades. And there were only 2 countries in Africa which had recorded strong economic growth rates over that period, and they happened to be the same 2 countries, Botswana and Mauritius. So, if you have a situation over a period of several decades where there are 2 democracies which are actually able to feed their people and a whole lot of non-democracies which can't, there's a certain conclusion to be drawn from that. I think also internationally, and we're talking here about global security, we are living through a period at the moment in which the threats to global security have never been greater, certainly since the 1960s, and the Cuban Missile Crisis, and some of the narrow escapes in which the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But we're also in a period of a crisis of democracy, and that is not coincidental. That we are in a crisis of security because there's a crisis of democracy. And the crisis of democracy is not one, I would argue, which shows the weaknesses of democracy. It's one which shows the weaknesses of a particular understanding of democracy, which has dominated the world in the last 30 years. And that essentially is my argument, that we are where we are today in a situation in which rules internationally, which people believed were now firmly in force, have been
torn up repeatedly, and not just by the current administration in the US, as Loretta was reminding us. We've been watching, and it's almost a cliche to say this, but one needs it to sink in. We've been watching a genocide on our television screens and on people's phones now for 18 months, and the international system is unwilling or unable, as she pointed out, to do anything about this or to stop premature babies being murdered in hospitals. That's the gravity of what we face. And this is in a context in which the US is, certainly in the view of most of us who study democracy, no longer a democracy, if it ever was one. That there is a serious pressure in Europe on democracy at the moment. Countries like Italy, Sweden, obviously Hungary, are already non-democratic, and the non-democratic forces are gaining strength in in France, in the United Kingdom. You could carry on the list. So why is this happening? Why are we in a situation in which in which democracy is under pressure and global security is more fragile than it's ever been? And I think if we want to answer to that, we have to go back at least to the 1990s. It in fact started a bit before then, but I think for those of us here in South Africa and on the African continent, the 1990s are the relevant period because that's when it became an issue for us, is that we seem to be going throughout the world into a period of unprecedented gains for democracy. So if you look at the African continent, for example, we went in a very short space of time, a few years, from a reality in which, as I mentioned earlier, there were only 2 functioning democracies in Africa to a situation in which there were only a couple of countries which were formerly not democratic in Africa. So there was this huge spread of democracy around the world, and part of this is autobiographical because as a South African at the time, we were desperate to become a democracy, and this seemed to be one of the ways in which we could achieve that. There was a sort of cottage industry of exporting democracy around the world in academic think tanks, in government programs, etc. You even had organizations set up by the American government, for example, and by some of the European governments to promote democracy around the world. And it's that version of democracy, or that model of democracy, which is now under pressure everywhere. And I would argue that there are 2 reasons why this model of democracy, which we were sold in the 1990s, is under pressure. Because there were 2 features to that model of democracy, which I believe explains the problem. The first one was that if you dug deeper beyond the nice-sounding words, etc., there was an assumption behind the model of democracy, and that was that democracy was inherently Western. That the real democracies were the countries of the global north, the countries of Western Europe and North America, and that if you wanted to become democratic, you had to become like them. In my discipline, in political science, for a very long period, it's still out there, but it's a bit more muted given what's been happening in the world over the last few years. There was a huge amount of effort devoted to a search for something called democratic consolidation, which was also a term which, as these terms tend to do, gets thrown around at various policy wonk conferences, etc. And a great deal of intellectual effort was devoted to this idea of democratic consolidation. If you actually dug beneath the surface, the entire notion of democratic consolidation was entirely meaningless and totally incoherent. Simply, I've written a book on this, and I devote several pages to asking the simple question, how would we know if a democracy was ever, from the literature, how would we know if a democracy was ever consolidated? And the answer is we wouldn't. There's nothing in the definition which tells you that. And so you ask yourself, well, why is so much effort being devoted to studying something which nobody can actually define? And the answer is because everybody in the North who's studying this knows exactly what they're doing. They don't have to define it because everybody knows that what they're saying is to the rest of the world is, when are you going to become like us? When is your democracy going to look like what they think a democracy in the West looks like? And that has been the paradigm, and it's important for us here because it's not just something which was discussed in Washington and London and Paris and Bonn. It became very much part of the way in which scholars and policy people saw the world here, in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, etc. Now that is part of the problem for a number of reasons. It's part of the problem because in the global North itself, which is as I've indicated, a place in which democracy is hugely under threat itself, it created a crisis. The assumption, which had always been there, that democracy was inherently Western, created a crisis because there were more and more people living in those countries who were not Western, and their democratic systems found it very difficult to cope, which is why you find this phenomenon in which immigration, the horrors of immigration are continually used as a battleground in elections. It's very important to understand, because all this is about what is happening among elites, that the problem here is not that a bunch of far right-wingers have suddenly emerged on the platform and taken over the discussion. The problem is that most of the prejudices of the right-wingers have been absorbed by people who are supposedly democratic and in the mainstream. So if you look around the global North at the moment, where are the voices making the obvious point that immigration actually brings in skills and energies and resources, etc.? They don't exist. I mean, I'm old enough to remember a time in which the chairperson of the Federal Reserve Bank in the United States, which is hardly a radical institution, used to go to the United States Senate and tell them that America desperately needed more immigrants because it needed more skills, etc. I don't think his successor at the moment would try that, because he would be driven out of the place with pitchforks. So that those prejudices, the point that I'm making is that it's very often, well, it's Trump or it's Le Pen or it's Nigel Farage or whoever you want to name. That's not the problem. The problem is that their view of the world has actually become the mainstream view of the world, and has been made the mainstream of the world by those who claim to be democratic and who claim to be tolerant. And my argument is that the reason they've done that is because democracy, in their view, is inherently for Western folk. On our continent, we find the very interesting phenomenon, which is the other way in which this plays out, is that people who are concerned about Western domination of the continent seem to reach the conclusion that one of the things that has to go if you reject Western domination is democracy. And so we have the phenomenon of the coups in West Africa. We have people like Captain Traore in Burkina Faso, who is suddenly touted all over Africa as a revolutionary thinker, but who, of course, remains a soldier who suspended the rule of law, abolished the people's right to vote, etc. Because what is happening there is that it is assumed, and this is a very strong current of thinking in a lot of the global South, that democracy is Western. And democracy is not Western. I devoted an entire book to showing that democracy is not Western. It didn't even start in the West. You were no doubt told it started in Greece. It didn't actually start in Greece. We think it started in India, and there's also some evidence that it started in what is today Iraq. And of course, there are traditional African systems of government, which at the time were more democratic than those in the West. But more importantly, if you define democracy in the way I define democracy, which is that democracy is our aspiration, sorry. And this is not something which exists anywhere in the world, but it's an aspiration, is that the perfect democracy would be a society in which every adult human being would have an equal say in every decision which affected them. If you use that as a model, well, then democracy can't possibly be Western, because if you have a say in each decision and you're not Western, your voice counts as much as the Western voice does. So that's the one part of it. The other part of it is that the model of democracy we were sold, in a nutshell, is one in which everybody has the right to act, to speak, to vote, to say whatever you like, as long as you do not make any trouble for rich folks. Okay? Simple as that. Okay. Now, this is based philosophically on a particular understanding which was central to this model of democracy. And it's worth mentioning it because I think it's still, if you consume media in this country and around the world, it's still the way in which people tend to see democracy. And in this understanding of democracy, democracy is purely about the relationship between governments and citizens. And democracy is a system which tries to make sure, this is in this understanding, that governments do what citizens ask them to do. And the problem with that is that it ignores the fact that governments in any society, and certainly not in market economies, governments are not the only entities which exercise power. Because there is private power, the private power which comes from amassing large amounts of wealth. We know about the way in which power works in the intellectual environment, etc. And in this model of democracy, those who wield private power are as entitled to freedom as you and I are, because they're citizens, they're not governments. In other words, anything which is not government is entitled to freedom in relation to government. And that means that billionaires who spend $250 billion electing their favorite guy to run America are simply citizens expressing their rights. In fact, this ideology in the US is expressed in a famous court judgment, infamous court judgment called Citizens United, which essentially says that large corporations devoting large amounts of money to electing their favorite candidates is a legitimate exercise of free speech, which is only possible if you have that view that anything that is non-government must be powerless and everything which is government is powerful. And this is not something which was simply peddled to us folks in the global south. It became very much part of the Western understanding of what democracy is about. Thinking specifically of the Clinton years in the United States, which was cloned to a certain extent among Western European governments at the time. Now, that has been disastrous for democracy because it creates a situation. First of all, the one I described, which is probably the greatest threat to democracy on the planet at the moment, is that in an unprecedented sense, we have seen less constraints on wealth than we've seen for 100 years. So rich people can do more of what they like in this world and exercise more power in the world than they've been able to do certainly since the 1940s, but probably even before then. And we're seeing the kind of effect that has on democracy. But equally important, what it is creating is a situation in which people are opting out of democracy because they don't feel it speaks for them. And it's very important to stress, incidentally, what is going on here, because there's a lot of mythology about it. And the mythology is, you have this hand-wringing. Let's take the last US election, which is obviously very important to people's understanding of this. Why did masses more people vote for Trump this time? Well, they didn't. It's as simple as that. The reason Trump won the American election had nothing to do with lots more people vote for him. It has to do with, depending on who you believe, whose estimates you believe, anything from 19 million to 30 million people who didn't vote for the other side because they felt the other side didn't speak for them anymore. And if you want to know why they thought the other side didn't want to speak to them anymore, there's a very interesting statistic which somebody's done. if you look at Democratic candidates, Democratic Party candidates in the US, those who in their campaigns criticized big business did 7 percentage points better than those who didn't. Okay. So if you criticize big business, your chances of getting elected, because the margins are quite thin there, was something like 60 or 70% than if you kept silent. And that obviously indicates that people are people don't like this inequality of power. People don't like the fact that people with large amounts of money are able to dominate. And they want politics. Okay, all right. And they want politics which reflects that. So I've told the story in a sense. I mean, that's the nature of the problem. And obviously, if that's the nature of the problem, the solution to the problem, which is what the session is supposed to be about, is that we need a new model of democracy. And the good news is that if we need a new model of democracy, we don't have to invent anything. It's all there. It's been tried in the past, including in the post-war period in those Western countries that I'm talking about. But we really have to go back to the idea, first of all, crucially, that, as I said earlier, democracy is not Western, democracy is human. And we need to think that through. And secondly, democracy is a system which is supposed to give you an equal choice in every decision that is made about you, whether that decision is made by a government bureaucrat or by Mr. Musk and the many billionaires around them. And that, I think, is the challenge if we not only want a freer world, but a more stable world, because as I indicated at the beginning, the two go together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. It's really difficult to keep time because these are fascinating inputs. Baniyelme, let's turn to you on intercultural understanding and dialogue and how it relates to all these other issues that have already been raised. Right. There you go. You've got slides, right?
Yes, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Heidi, and thank you to Future Africa for the opportunity to be here, to come all the way from Canada. And thank you all very much for being here. I know yesterday those who were here, some of them are not. It's interesting listening to my colleagues here as well as the session yesterday. I recall from this morning's session, there was a question of whether the way the world is going now, we should become insular and look inward or not. And what I'm going to talk about is basically to say no to that question, which is what Wisdom pointed out, that is not what he's saying. He's basically advocating for a critical reflection. What we are doing here now is to try to answer the question, what will it take for us to have global security? And my part is to try to say it will take cultural understanding and dialogue. And from the discussion here so far, from human rights to democracy to the ambassador's talk, what you see is essentially that we need to understand or to engage with each other to try to understand each other's perspective. In what I'm going to say, basically it has three parts. The first part is essentially to provide a context to cultural understanding and dialogue by looking at the elements within the global security framework. And then I would go into the cultural dialogue discourse and then conclude by linking it up to governance. So the global, and if you can help me by going to the next slide. Within the global security framework, you have four essential elements. The first one Okay, good. Yeah, within the global security framework, there are four elements. And if we start from the right-hand side, You have what we discussed yesterday, and part of this morning was to try to understand the root causes of insecurity. As part of that, there were discussions of adaptability and resilience, and some element of it, but it wasn't emphasized that much, but the importance of robust institutions and mechanisms. And what I'm going to talk about is the last part, which is shared values and principles. And that is where the idea of cultural understanding and dialogue comes in. If you want to have a resilient global security, you have to understand the values and principles of each society, to know where they are coming from, where they are going, so that you can also share with them where you are coming from and where you are going. Of course, in that process, there are challenges, power competition, geopolitical fragmentation, and so on that we are currently experiencing. They are all efforts to try to understand or build this global security framework. But going to, or dealing with the last one, the last part which I mentioned, which is shared values and principles, you might ask yourself, what then is the role of cultural understanding? And that is what I want to talk about. The idea of cultural dialogue is not new. In fact, in preparing for this talk, I did a research, and basically that research shows that you have what I would call a punctuated equilibrium model of cultural discourse. From the ancient times, civilizations, to the contemporary era. You have the discourse going on, rising up, then plateauing, rising up, plateauing, and so on, such that from then till now, you can say that discourse has occurred 5 times. The part that matters, or that is central to us, is essentially the part that deals with the from World War I. And if we recall from yesterday, Habib mentioned that just the First World War came about because that was the end of globalization. So the end of that globalization to the current globalization, that is where the discourse on cultural dialogue has been. That dialogue has been what I would call intercultural. Prior to that, it was intercultural because you didn't have the same level of engagement of societies across one another. And if you want to look at the trajectory, this is essentially what it looks like. And this is just captured only from the 16th century. And from that time, it was low level, and then it rose all the way up to the 21st century, which you would say is at the highest level now. That's where we are now. I pause there to say that is before Mr. Trump. That is before Mr. Trump. What Mr. Trump is doing is essentially to make us go inward and not to engage in this cultural dialogue, which matters so much. What were the things that are discussed as part of the cultural dialogue? From the 15th century to the 21st century, they have centered on some of these things: religion, humanism, scientific thought, nationalism, modernism, and digital culture. From then till now, we are in that age of digital culture and globalization. That is globally. But even in Africa, we have had issues of colonialism, slavery, Pan-Africanism, independence, development, the nature of development, and what we are engaged in now, Afrofuturism or African Renaissance, and decoloniality. So what you see is a trend of some growth, some things petering out, but they all center around elements that matter to us, whether we are Africans or across the entire world. As I pointed out, in Africa, the idea of cultural dialogue has been with us from ancient times. In ancient Kemet, which is ancient Egypt, the language of Medinecha had a term which was Sejem Hemet. And Sejem Hemet meant cultural dialogue, even though it was intracultural, and at that time, Africa was at its highest point, such that you had people coming from other places, like Asia, Greece, and so on, to learn from Africa. They still promoted cultural understanding. And it centered on listening, hearing, and understanding, or reflect on the importance of listening to other people, and even among Africans themselves. As I indicated, that intercultural dialogue has shifted now to intercultural dialogue that involves other cultures, because other cultures have grown, other cultures have become important. The world, we now can go around the world, unlike before where we could not. So the question is, what is cultural dialogue? UNESCO has provided this definition that is very useful. Basically, it's a process where you try to transform and communicate our cultures, grounded in principles and values of mutual respect, empathy, and willingness to change perspective. That is what matters. If you want to be secured, you have to understand other people's perspectives, because that way you would not see them as a threat. The idea of security revolves around seeing somebody else as a threat or not. It's important because it enables people with different perspectives and beliefs to kind of connect meaningfully, to navigate tensions, and to co-create shared solutions. That is why it matters. And the two elements of it are the intercultural aspect, communication, which is important, and then the dialogue. That means transforming the discourse in a way that is respectful. And that respect is what matters. If we want to build a community in Africa here, in whichever country, in any society, the mutual respect matters. Every person, just like he pointed out, the past immediate speaker just pointed out, every person must have the right to speak, the right to be listened to, and the right to be heard. As a result, cultural dialogue has some characteristics that matter: mutuality, authenticity, dynamism, and beneficence. At the same time, it manifests through good relations with neighbors, acceptance of the rights of others, equal treatment, and equality of opportunity, basically. So the question that matters is, or that arises is, how valid are these manifestations? In other words, why should we spend time talking of good relations with neighbors, accepting them, the rights of others? Why do we have to do that? And that is because it has some relationship with something that matters to us. And what matters to us is how we govern ourselves. And when we talk of validity, essentially we want to look at a relationship. So fortunately, UNESCO has some data, which I drew from. In that data, you had 44 countries represented. And basically, just to go through to show what the framework is, it has structural factors comprising these elements, as well as enabling factors comprising these elements: organization and leadership, inclusion and representation, as well as skills and values. And that data, through that data, you would get some profiles that are constructors of countries, basically trying to say the structural factors of each country, the enabling factors of each country, where do they stand? And what I have done here is to highlight the top part of each profile is the structural factors, the lower part is the enabling factors. So let's look at just a few. For example, Mozambique. Mozambique is high on freedom of expression and social cohesion. It's also high in terms of the enabling factors on leadership and organization, but for the others, it is not. In contrast, South Africa is also high on the freedom of expression and social cohesion. That means the two are almost the same, except that South Africa is very, very low on the enabling factors. Ghana, on the other hand, also has high levels of freedom of expression and social cohesion, but in addition, it has stability. And that is because since the 1980s, Ghana has been stable with regard to how it changes its leadership. Nigeria is kind of moderate with regard to the structural factors as well as some or one or two of the enabling factors. But basically, these profiles tell you the nature of cultural dialogue in these countries. So when it comes to global governance, I'm going to talk, that is my third point, basically pointing out what it means by global cooperation and what we mean by governance. Governance in general is a big term that we use to explain different things. In my area, which is business, we talk of corporate governance, but you also have political governance like the immediate past speaker was talking about. You have global governance and environmental governance and various types of governance. I'm going to conclude or talk briefly on the global governance. And by that we mean the way international affairs are managed across countries and regions through cooperation institutions and rules. Obviously, they do that to try to solve some of the major problems that have been discussed before, like climate change, pandemics, terrorism, trade, and human rights. Some of these things we came across yesterday, climate change, pandemics, and so on and so forth. The first speaker in today's session talked about human rights because it creates a problem for us. Yes, I will. I just want to point out the relationship here between these manifestations and the governance criteria, again, using data from the World Bank. And these are just the statistics of that. There is a relationship between the acceptance of the rights of people and well-functioning governments. If you respect the rights of people, you are likely to have well-functioning government. There is also a relationship between acceptance of the rights of people and how well the country does. That is measured by GDP per capita. And even with corruption and terrorism, tourism rather, with tourism there is a relationship between cultural understanding and tourism, essentially. So there is evidence about the relationship between cultural dialogue and how you govern your country. And that is something important for us. So let me point out the structural factors that I mentioned, as well as the enabling factors that I mentioned, have a relationship to do with governance. So what we should do, because of time, I'm going to skip this, but this is Mo Ibrahim's Index of Governance in Africa and where things have been going down and where things are up. So I'm going to summarize by saying cultural dialogue matters because we need to build a community where everyone belongs. Dialogue is the lifeblood of connections, and interactions is essential, such that we listen to one another, learn from one another, and stand up for one another. And if we do that, the world can cooperate to build bridges, not walls. And we can teach our children the diversity that diversity is not something to fear, but something to cherish. That way we can make space for every voice, especially those who have been silenced or overlooked. And that way we can govern by creating communities that are rooted in respect, compassion, and unity in a way that would make people and societies flourish. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Baniyelme. You know, I like that saying, attentive listening in the process of comprehension. I've been listening attentively, and I've noticed many people have here too. Colleagues, you know how conferences go. You know what happens next. We've got 8 minutes. I'm going to ask, take 3 arbitrary questions, no disrespect intended. It's not dialogue. So I want to be... So I'm not going to stop anyone from asking a question or making a comment. But let me just say that I think this has been extremely rich. There are so many things to think about coming from these 4 presentations. Who disagrees? So is there anybody that has something right now to add to this? Clearly we cannot... this is the beginning of a conversation. We need a session on each of these factors, enablers, foundations that we've talked about. So I'm not trying to discourage you, but I'm saying let's be realistic. Does anybody want to has something critically important not been said? Okay, sorry. Let's go. Please go ahead. We're listening attentively.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. It's quite an interesting topic. I think like she said, we'll probably need a day or more. Dr. Phil, you said we have reserves that are set up in other countries. And my question was like, are we truly free as Africans? And we have seen that we are running short of funding, but we have resources. Some of them, we've seen them being exploited. We actually see in Zimbabwe, lithium goes out of the country without any accountability, but we still say the West should fund us, or the global North should fund us. Do we really need funding? Because we have resources. Then another speaker spoke about democracy. Democracy, the ones that implemented, or actually the one that came up with democracy, they probably don't understand what democracy is themselves. But when you are bringing it to Africa, Africa is actually a society that encompasses different tribes and traditions. Wasn't it supposed to be tailor-made to suit Africans? We had kinship, which actually helped during the time of crisis, but people have been displaced. So then how do we bring democracy so that it works effectively? Okay, there's quite a lot, but I'll end here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Big issue, big question. Okay, so there's a question about do we need funding, given that we have our own resources? Phil, do you want to take that? And Stephen, tailor-made democracy for Africa.
It's a different way in which I'll try and respond. Maybe I'll use the example of the work that is currently happening under G20. Most of the African countries outside the point I made have to pay money back to the World Bank and other institutions. So the money is there, but the large percentage of the resources have to go to Bretton Woods institutions, amongst others. So one of the ideas in the G20 is how do we do something called debt swaps? So maybe it's not a term that people are familiar with, but how do you say, instead of the debt that countries have accumulated over time, you agree that the institutions that are owed this money, the money is invested in education. So that's a different way of looking at investing in education and knowledge enterprise. Some decisions depend on us, and hence I spend a lot of time on creating a framework to define the challenges of leadership in the continent at the moment. Because without that, we will not be able to channel the resources to the areas that you're suggesting, like, for instance, value addition in the continent. And one of the points I wanted to raise during the talk, which is linked to the point Habib made yesterday, is that there was a time in Africa where 2/3 of the wars stopped during the early days of African Renaissance. So what are the lessons to be learned there? So I'm not answering your question directly, but I'm saying there are a number of factors that will help us to unlock resources, and they include leadership, a different way of looking at our current financial strains and how we redirect resources. The one thing that I've learned in life is that all nations have been given by God the enough brain power to go to school, go to the universities, and be able to use that knowledge for the good. So there's another resource which I think we're not tapping into, and hence the issue of what are the conditions that we need to bring the diaspora, which will fuel the transformation and the security that we need in the continent.
Thanks. Phil. Thanks. Stephen?
Yeah, thanks. Look, this argument is very old that democracy doesn't work in Africa because there's cultural diversity. Democracy is essential in Africa because there's cultural diversity. Because what happens when you don't have democracy is that people's cultural expression is suppressed, and obviously that creates conflict, and we see the results. I'm particularly amused sometimes by, in this book I wrote on the topic, some of my colleagues in the West devote immense time to showing that through attitude surveys, etc., that African attitudes are hostile to democracy. And every bit of research evidence they present shows the opposite. You know, that actually African people, for some strange reason, want to choose and want to govern themselves and want to run their own lives. Botswana is very often, which has been a stable democracy for a long time. You very often said, Botswana works because it's monocultural. It's not monocultural. It's never been monocultural. It looks monocultural because they settle their differences in parliament except for trying to kill each other. There's a very interesting economist at Harvard called Danny Roderick who writes about these issues. And 25 years ago, Roderick wrote a very important book on politics and economics in Africa. And essentially his argument was this, because you very often hear this, you can't eat democracy argument. His argument was this: if you look at the post-independence period in Africa, in fact, African economies on the whole grew quite substantially in the post-independence period. They ran into crisis in the 1970s because of the oil shock. Okay. And what he shows is that the reason why, so we keep on talking about Botswana and Mauritius, why were they able to deal with this? Because if you have something like an oil shock, what economists call external shocks, then they're going to be losers out of this process. And you need to ensure that the losers feel included, that the losers feel that they're still part of the game. And if you have democracy, that is possible. And if you don't have democracy, it's not possible, which is why those two countries grew and the rest didn't. So the point is that democracy was essential to economic growth in those countries. Right. And I think if we want to understand, and that's where I leave it, if we want to understand why democracy has had problems in Africa, of course it's had problems everywhere else as well, it's not the problem of cultural diversity. The problem is this, that democracy is about power, okay? It's about people getting to... I try to show that democracy happens when people who don't have power get enough resource, what I call collective act, what we call in the trade collective action. They develop the ability to act together in their own interest to make democracy happen. The problem in a lot of the continent has been that there was a transition from colonial government, which was clearly entirely unaccountable, to government by local elites who were equally unaccountable. And what you find is that democracy has been happening on the continent where people who are excluded find a way of acting to get into the game. And the challenge is that for a whole lot of social and economic reasons, not enough of this has yet happened on the continent. But it's got nothing to do with cultural diversity. In fact, cultural diversity is a very good argument for democracy.
Thanks, Stephen. So Loretta and Baniyelme, I want to give you each another minute. I'm sure there's something that you thought, gosh, I wish I had said this, or you want to respond to what you've heard from other panelists. Loretta, if you want to take a minute to share a reflection or two.
Yeah, I want to maybe pick up on the issue of science and the diaspora that Phil talked about. And I think there's something there which also connects to the notion of what is one of our biggest contributions that we can make within Africa. And that is that we need to, and this goes also for the training of human rights lawyers, etc., is that we need to make sure that as a continent that we actually intentionally invest in science, whether it's the natural sciences, the social sciences. I recall a visit to Japan where we were talking to postgraduate students from the diaspora, and one of the reasons why they don't return to this continent is simply because there is not that investment for them to continue their future. And I think if we want to have that conversation around enriching our own capacity, it is that kind of investment that governments need to do.
Thank you, Loretta. Baniyelme?
Yeah, the part that I want to point out is just like mentioning the role of business in transforming Africa. Maybe because it's the discipline I'm coming from, but I think business has a role to play. But going from what the question that was asked yesterday about decolonization and the role of African indigenous systems, what that would mean is the conversations, the dialogue we have about how we integrate our African culture into business and other systems to transform the society in a way that we conduct and live our world in a way that is meaningful for us. I think most governments have not done that. And since independence, I was born after independence, but I know from my country, it's only Kwame Nkrumah that tried to look or have that conversation. But now in my area, I know there is a conversation about decolonizing, essentially injecting African cultural practices and systems into whatever form of government that we have, be it democratic or whatever. And I think that is important if we really want to be serious about transforming Africa. At the moment, the learning curve is long. That can be shortened by coming home using what we know, and that is injecting our cultural practices and systems into the systems that we inherited, essentially. We're leaving legacies now. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So with Elmer's permission, I want to take one more minute. Just to say that for me, I was also listening to all of you about and thinking about what does this say to me from my perspective of interest in science agendas, what this means for the research community, science broadly defined. And just three very quick points. It strikes me that we are so obsessed in the science and science policy community and in the science funding community with science for policy, but I think what's come out strongly is science for public action, and that's something we need to really understand better. And linked to that is this notion that, the social sciences have been so good in the past at criticizing policy, and now we talk only about solutions for policy. Are we losing that critical voice as a scientific community? Those are sort of the thoughts that come up for me. Phil, from your intervention, I also thought in this sort of solutions-oriented mission that we're on as a scientific community, we talk a lot about nexus problems, but it's all about combining problem areas and issues rather than looking across the interface issues. There's something there, I think, that we're missing. And finally, I think from both the last speakers, Stephen and Baniyelme, there's something about, we have a tendency in science today to want to come up with new, innovative concepts and definitions. We need the historians back in the room. We need to go back to necessary, essential knowledge that we know exists on concepts of democracy and, I would say, transformation. And not try to reinvent, but bring in, and that means it's good news for the social and human sciences, right? They need to be part of this conversation and leading it. Thank you so much, all of you, for stimulating, fascinating thoughts, and I wish we could continue the conversation, but there it is. We have to have lunch. Could we have a group photo?
Thank you so much to this panel. Standing in between lunches is always a tough place to be, but I think you've kept us engaged throughout the entire session. Towards the end where you spoke about learning and unlearning and about democracy, I think about the fact that the country I come from and a number of African countries haven't experienced democracy in years. In Cameroon, we've had one president for 43 years, President Paul Biya, and he's not going anywhere. We're all... We're still waiting, and there's no democracy there. And so this conversation is forcing us to learn and unlearn what we have been told is true about democracy, how we have all, felt disgruntled about democracy and learning that it's something else. But thank you again for that discussion. Let's give them one more round of applause. All right. I have been informed that throughout this entire sessions we've had online viewers. So forgive me if I have not yet acknowledged you to the online viewers. Thank you for joining us. And in the next session, we encourage you to pose questions to the panel as we come back so that we can hear from you as well. We're about to break out into lunch. Lunch is going to be 45 minutes long. So when you hear the gong, I know the first time you didn't hear it, this time we will move with it. So we will bring it towards you and we will hit it in front of you. Do not be scared, do not be alarmed, just make your way into the venue. We have one final very exciting session titled, What About Africa? And this session will bring everything that we have discussed over the past 2 days together as we find out the solutions to the problems. Thank you so much and see you in 45 minutes. So the culmination of 2 days of robust conversation come up to this very moment. As I've been speaking with some of you and we've had discussions, the question has been, what now? After all of these conversations that we've had, what now? What do we do with all this information? There's going to be another panel discussion just like this probably happening next week. There probably is already one happening right now in different parts of the world, different parts of the continent. Conversations are happening. But what can we say after this conversation that we are going to do or that we are going to implement after we leave this place today? And so today's discussion is going to be one that deals with, it seems like a small panel, but we are small but mighty. And this panel is going to lead us into this closing session that we're titling, What About Africa? Which is what all of this has been about. And so the speakers that we have Prof Habib, our keynote speaker from yesterday, Vice Chancellor of the SOAS University of London, which is the School of Oriental and African Studies, and Dr. Thokozile Lewanika, founder of DML 45 Consulting and Executive Education Faculty at Henley Business School, South Africa. And the moderator is going to be myself. So if you can give us a round of applause, please. So how this conversation is going to work is I'm going to invite my speakers to just give an opening discussion or an opening key reflection that they've had over the past 2 days of conversations. And then we're going to have a conversation with different Q&As. We're also going to ask questions to some of the panelists who were here yesterday on those specific topics that we've discussed. And then this is an opportunity for robust communication from the audience. So this is your chance to really speak and be heard. So we also invite the online audience to send your questions through. I'll be notified, so I'll be able to listen to your questions. But without further ado, Dr. Thokozile, can I give you the stage first, please?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. I must say, trying not to have imposter syndrome here, as the least academic person, I'm sure. over the last 2 days, but I'm very glad to have the opportunity to speak. I see myself as speaking on behalf of, I guess, the African voice, and as well as the voices that are not in this room. In terms of some of the things that have struck me the most over the last 2 days of conversations, I think the first one is everything's important. Yeah, I think one walked away from every single session, whether it's on health security, food security, thoroughly convinced by the evidence and the facts and the science and the perspectives that were shared. And my thing is, one of my areas of expertise is in leadership work. I'm a leadership development expert, is that when everything is important, what do you do? Yeah, so I think one of the benefits of having the conversations we've had within the different concentrations of whether it's health, security, or food security, it's very helpful because it allows you to have a robust understanding about that part of the issue. Yeah, where I find it maybe less helpful is that when we come to this conversation about what next, we are not going to make transformational decisions based on one aspect at a time. The decision has to be made around the collective. So I find myself asking myself questions like, have we had enough of a discussion around the collective? What does this information mean when I have to digest all of it, for example, as a lawmaker or policymaker, and then I have to make a decision? So if I only have, and we talked about the reality, as Professor Habib mentioned, of declining resources, right? Our resources are getting even more limited, which we could argue is a good or a bad thing. But in that reality of decreasing resources, if I have 100 Rand to invest in security, where should it go? Right? I can't just do 20 Rand everywhere. That's not going to be transformational. What is the one place where I could put my 80 Rand that will create the knock-on effect, you know, and actually benefit the other areas? So one of the things I find myself asking myself is, have I ingested this information adequately? Yeah, even just as a participant myself, to be able to take it forward. Yeah, because the decision-making will have to be made within the whole complex system and not just within that. One additional point that gave me a bit of indigestion over lunch is, what is Africa? Okay, so it's easy for us to talk about Africa and the African agenda. How does Africa move forward? Africa is not homogeneous. Okay? Even the countries within Africa are not homogeneous, and we saw some data that illustrated that. So our countries have different starting points, but for an Africa agenda to work, there has to be significant common interest, right? And that common interest needs to supersede self-interest. So I find myself also asking, as I'm digesting this data, what would be the most legitimate or effective common interest on this agenda that Africa can rally around and move forward? Because undoubtedly for me, Africa will move forward when we have both the Africa agenda, but also our countries need to have more robust agendas. Because we're not going to solve Africa by doing a big kumbaya, this is the Africa agenda. It's not going to work. Yeah? It has to have local relevance as well as common relevance. So these are some of the two things that are percolating in my mind right now.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Thokozile. It's just to focus on your first statement where you said you're probably the least academic one here. Why I want to talk about it is everyone here is either a professor or a doctor, as you noticed when I was calling out all of the bios. And so my worry is that sometimes we have overly academic conversations that exclude the general public and the general community that we're trying to represent. And so even the jargon that we use, we exclude people from participating because we're all speaking in academogenics, if that was a language, and we're understanding each other and we're not speaking to others. Prof. Habib, would you like to open?
Well, I wanted to pick up on two issues, really, and they came out from some of the panels. I was quite struck by the first panel that David spoke at, and Tefatswa and Nkechi. And what I was quite interested by is the problems they had identified. David had said there's a immediate challenge that money is being taken away by the United States. And that's a gap that we've got to confront. There's huge amounts of resources, and that's not going to be made up. Tettey had this wonderful example, which I didn't know about, is how in a global crisis, the global satellites are brought to a specific context and they give you live information, and that may be under threat. And so there were very specific, immediate problems. And then I listened to the conversations that flowed after that. And the conversations that flowed after that were in a broader generality, none of which I disagree with. I agree with much of them. So in the panel too, Rajiv made the point correctly that the Global South needs to develop the institutional architecture to reimagine. There was, Albert spoke about youth crisis and youth unemployment on the African continent and how we urgently need to address this. Again, I support this. But the question was, timeline is important. When are we going to do what? And it seemed to me what I wanted to put forward is a thought. I wonder, we're in a debate on the G20. And everybody's talking about the G20, and they're talking about African youth unemployment, and they're talking about all of it. And I wonder whether we, as the G20 on Africa, should say, let's take 5 problems that is emerging out of Donald Trump's decision. The global satellites, what are we going to do about it? You know, China, can you help us out with the satellites if the next crisis comes in? I suspect if China agreed, the US will suddenly become very negotiable about also being pragmatic. Part 1. Part 2, we know that clinics are closing down all across the country and the continent because of HIV/AIDS, because of the cuts in funding in PEPFAR. Who's going to do it? The Qatar is suddenly saying that they want to partner on the G20 and they want to do something. Well, hey, here's a gap. Can you fill in the gap for the next 2 or 3 years until we figure out what there is? So there's like 2, 3 problems. I think the third could be debt. There might be other things. But I think that we need to get the timing right on which conversation. Because the way you change big things is to start by changing the immediate small things, and then it has a snowballing logic. So I wanted to bring that conversation to the play because it came out. The second issue was I was intrigued by somebody raising the issue of African cosmology and how to start thinking big picture and whether we need to think through the identity in this regard. And broadly, I agree. I think that we don't sufficiently think through African cosmology and how we manage the public discourse and manage our societies. We do need to look at how we build knowledge, indigenous knowledge systems in healthcare and other things. But I think we need to not see this as mutually exclusive. So everybody uses the Chinese example and how they fantastically created a Chinese herbal medicinal tradition. But China simultaneously builds nuclear reactors. They're doing AI. And they've integrated their local cosmological experience with that of other traditions in an integrative pedagogical agenda. And I think that's the debate that should be here. If we see these experiences as mutually exclusive, we will never be able to transform. We want to imbibe the experiences of the world, bring to it an African cosmological experience, and reinterpret it and give it back to the world. So we integrate this into a universal experience. That's the China example. That's the experience of Singapore. It's not a mutually exclusive one. And I wanted to introduce that, it seems to me, into the conversation that really flowed from the morning panel. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much for that, Prof. Habib. It reminds me of that statement that says, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? And I think that that's how we need to attack these problems. Dr. Thokozile, let me come to you. So we've spoken a lot about the global north and the global south, but we haven't spoken about Africa in itself. And so my question would be, given the geographical position of Africa, given the united front that we put across as an African continent, how can we secure a strategic autonomy whilst navigating global systems as this united African front?
That's a great and loaded question. I want to start by first piggybacking on something Professor Habib said around identity. Yeah? So while it's important that Africa does move forward in a united way, in a way that's representative of the interests, right? The most common interests that make sense for most of our countries, I feel like we need to do some work first as Africa ourselves, okay? So for me, before we even start to position ourselves globally, I think we need to go through a process of dialogue or mindset mining where we first understand who are we right now in this moment and what do we have, yeah? While we talk about Singapore or the Chinese examples, one fundamental difference, for example, between African and the Chinese context is China has always maintained that it's great in its own mind, okay? China hasn't shelved its identity and its traditions and stuff like that. It's always upheld that, right? And when you enter a situation from a point of personal power, right, that's how you tend to then manifest, okay? So we have to start with a process that allows us as Africa not to just share stories about ourselves in almost casual ways, yeah? I'm sure most people here have come across or said at one time or another, oh, Africa is the greatest continent in resources, richest in resources, right? We know that, yeah? People will talk about we have land, we have water, we have mineral wealth, but we still show up and engage as beggars, right? We don't show up as people, for example, the 4 IR technology metals that the world needs are in Africa, right? But we don't show up that way. And if newspaper articles are to be believed, we're willing to trade those things for very simple, like almost inconsequential benefit that doesn't even make sense, okay? So for me, we have to start with who are we in this moment, what is our strengths, and how can we show up, right? In a way that says, this is what Africa is bringing to the table. These are our strengths, these are our competitive advantage. You will recognize them, but you will respect them, right? And we will negotiate. There are some things we need from the world, but I think we need to be a little bit more unapologetic and a bit clearer around what are our strengths in this moment that we can use to leverage. That's what all countries do, okay? This isn't, in my mind, it's not a moment for us to only address plugging the gaps. The gaps are important, right? And I fully support some of what has been shared, is we have to fix, you know, the things that we can, the quick fixes are important, right? We can stop the bleeds. But for example, how do we know the price of corruption today? Can we put a dollar amount, right? Do we know that? And if we don't, are we convinced that that price is actually less than the amount of money we're no longer getting? What if fixing corruption can actually give us the money that we need and the deficit isn't that big? Shouldn't that become a priority, right? If our intellectuals are some of the smartest people in the world, we struggled with corruption for so long. Can we get those smart people in a room and tell them, fix this? Yeah? We've gone beyond the times where this was an issue. Yes, we talk about it, we report about it, but we're in crisis mode, right? This is survivor mode. It's do or die mode. Where we have leaky buckets, like corruption, fix it, put a number in it, quantify it, right? Let's actually get to that level of, I guess, a wake-up call. I can't think of an intellectual term for that. But let's get that wake-up call to say, what are the actual big problems that we have? Of course, this is a huge problem, and the amount of money is quantifiable. We have those numbers. But we do have money. But we also have a lot of waste, right? What can we do about our waste? This is more within our power than some of the other things that we can negotiate. And how can we approach some of those things differently? So that's one part. Very quickly, some of the other things I've thought about, you know, the United States of America work because they're called the United States of America. They have one government system that allows them to make decisions that benefit the majority. And in that decision-making, some people lose, some people win across the states, but they try to achieve some sort of equilibrium for their citizens. I'm thinking about this in terms of Africa and moving forward as a singular voice. I feel like we should move forward as a singular voice around our strengths in this moment, not just our problems. Yeah, so I think if Africa can collectively reflect on what are we bringing to the table that everyone else needs, and they can't do without those things, right? Can we build our narrative and strategy around that and not just move with common problems, which has tended to be the way in which we've aggregated and created strategies? How can we fix this problem and that problem? It's how can we harness this strength for the collective? So I'll just end there for now.
Thank you so much for that. If I want to piggyback on that as well, using your term, the shared sense of responsibility or the shared sense of identity is something that has governed nations for years. Like you mentioned with America, the American dream, the shared sense that if you go to America and you work hard, you will be rewarded for your hard work. Now, these ideologies are dwindling before our very eyes. The shared sense of identity that South Africa has, Ubuntu, the rainbow nation, is dwindling before our very eyes, as we can see with the recent headlines. And so, Prof, my question to you would be, how do we rebuild these shared sense of responsibility and even stop Africans from rapidly leaving a continent that they no longer have a shared identity with?
So Thokozile has made a number of points which I broadly agree with. And there are, there is a quantitative number on corruption, by the way. There is a quantitative number on the amount of money that leaves the continent, and we do know, I don't have the number, but we do know that there's established research that more leaves the continent than we get back in remittances. So actually, if you just closed that exit of money that goes to European and North American and Asian banks, you've got enough to cater for that. So the question is, how do you do that? I mean, there's things that we do have. Minerals. None of the AI revolution can happen without the minerals that are on the African continent. None of climate change challenges gets resolved without the absorptive capacity of carbon by the Congo Basin. And if the Congo Basin goes, the planet is toast. So you've got a capacity there, but we're wiping it out on a daily basis because the people who are on the outskirts of the Congo Basin are desperate for survival. And so they're burning logs in the Congo Basins that are destroying the planet's absorptive capacity for carbon. It's something that Rajiv spoke about yesterday and how we think those things through. So the real thing that is missing is political agency. Is why do the Americans do it? Because 250 years ago they went to war and they united under a single power. Or 1789, was it? It seems to me that's the point. We, anybody will tell you, if you know UNESCO, the African Union decided on a candidate to put up from Africa. 2 weeks later, Cameroon put up a candidate because they got a call from France. And voila, you've just divided the continent. So it's a question of political agency. And I hate saying this, but political agency is created by one or two actors dominating. The reason we were able to bring down African conflict by 2/3 between 1994 and 2008 was because we had South Africa, Nigeria, and Ethiopia entered into a pact. Mbeki, Obasanjo, and Meles. And they said we're rebuilding the African institutional architecture. That's why we have the African Union. That's why conflicts came down. And why does Europe work? How is the European Union built? Principally Germany, France, and England. Perhaps Italy. They drove it, they pulled it, they got it going, and everybody came. And so, if we think this is going to be happening without everybody saying, Kumbaya, my Lord, Ubuntu, it's not going to happen. It's really going to happen by 2 or 3 countries saying, I needed to make this work. And frankly, what I'm saying is for South Africa, it has no future without Africa. That's where, without that African economy that's $1.5 billion, we have no negotiating power in the world. So we need to take that seriously and partner with one or two others with significant weight to underwrite what is that project. And then you can negotiate with the rest of the world. It seems to me the singular challenge that is the African dilemma is the dilemma of political agency. How do we get the will to act as a continent? That's the fundamental challenge of our time.
Such critical insights over there, and I think that that's the body of knowledge that Ibrahim Traoré is looking at when he starts to partner with the likes of Mali and all the Sahel regions, is to find that group and then to use that group to gain political power. You mentioned in your response a little bit about climate change, and Prof Ikechi, I want to come to you and pose a question to you about climate change. We discussed it yesterday, but a question that lingered on was this idea of Africa is being punished for problems we didn't create. When it comes to pollution, like I said yesterday, we are not the greatest contributors, but when it comes to global warming, we are the ones most punished for it, which means we should be leading the conversation of change and climate change. And so my question to you is, how does Africa become a leading voice for the decisions that are being made in that sector? If I can have someone with a mic. It's coming, don't worry.
Thank you very much for that question, Alma. I think that we can do this in a number of different ways, and I'm going to draw from the session that I had yesterday with the distinguished speakers of that panel. I think that the first thing is that even though it's going to be a more expensive path to follow, I think that we shouldn't necessarily follow, the development path that we have seen the global north take, that has been characterized by a lot of environmental pollution and then degradation. Sometimes we hear the argument that it seems unfair that Africans seem to be held to a higher environmental standard, right, in their pursuit of development than the global north, had to meet during their history. But if we acknowledge that we are more heavily impacted by the adverse effects of climate change, then we should be committed to at least exploring cleaner ways, of achieving our development. Talking about things like, investing in renewable energy that came up yesterday. Also talking about climate-smart agriculture, right, and other green processes. So this is one suggestion that I would make. And the other suggestion is related to research and development on the continent. Now, if you look at some of the research that has been done by the World Bank, it says that, Africa spends about 0.5% of its GDP on R&D, compared to about 2% spent, by other parts of the world. I feel as if we need to give R&D, particularly STEM, a lot more prominence than we do. And we need to resource a lot of our scientists to be able to actually generate solutions to the specific challenges that we face. And as I mentioned yesterday, we shouldn't do this on the blind side of indigenous knowledge, right, with whatever solutions that we are developing. It will be important to incorporate some of these communities that have been dealing with some of these extremes, historically. And I feel that at the same time too, we should be aware that whatever solutions, innovative strategies come up, we should try to make sure that we are taking social and cultural practices into account. I don't need to talk about, the case of the cook stoves that were introduced in East and West Africa. They did relatively well, but there were some cultural challenges, right, with the implementation of some of these otherwise innovative solutions. So that's something, the context that has to be taken into account in the development of these solutions. And you have the universities, I feel, as a partner when we are dealing with some of these sustainable solutions, if you will, that can also engage in evaluation to make sure that whatever solution is developed is actually scalable and cost-effective. I think that I'd like to also touch on the issue of climate finance, which I mentioned briefly yesterday as well. While we are trying to, of course, resource ourselves, dedicate more resources to R&D to address some of our challenges, I feel as if we also need, it is only fair to also try to push for some compensation, right, from the global north for some of these disproportionate effects that we are bearing. Currently, a lot of the inflows that we get tend to be debt-based. And you're already dealing with African countries that are having to grapple quite significantly, with dire debt situations or positions. So I feel as if we have some platforms, like the Africa Climate Summit, where we can come together with a common voice to push for things like climate finance, technological transfer, capacity building. I think that this is something that is also worth considering. And then I think that a final point has to do with, the marginalization, the already marginalized positions of some of our population, talking about people like women, people with disabilities, the elderly. I feel that in whatever solutions we come up with, we are talking about the fact that, Africa as a continent is disproportionately affected by climate change. But even within the continent, it is not equal. Right? You have these vulnerable populations I've talked about that need to be given a lot more attention. They need to be brought to the table when we are talking about, these decision-making processes that involve climate change. We need to make sure that whatever strategies are developed do not further marginalize their already marginalized positions. So these are some thoughts that I have. If we talk about we leading the way in trying to find some of these solutions, given our disproportionate, given our position that we are disproportionately affected by the effects of climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Prof. Ikechi. I'm going to give my panel an opportunity to respond to that, but before you do, Prof. Franz, I'm coming to you for a question. And we've discussed collaboration. We've discussed the importance of collaboration, but what we notice is African countries constantly looking to the global north and to the west for funding. How are we able to sit on these tables and have these conversations and respond to crisis without relying so heavily on external funding that we feel the need to go and ask and almost come across as beg for help?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think there was a lot said yesterday over the past 1.5, 2 days about collaboration, cooperation, partnerships in and on Africa, intra-Africa, and also with the globe. Especially in the final session yesterday afternoon, which I regard as a real global panel, because we had 5 panelists or 6 a person also moderating from 6 different countries and different universities, from University of Tokyo to McMaster University of Canada and many in between. In all of those, I think there was a very strong emphasis on equitable and sustainable partnerships. I think even in his opening address or the address on yesterday morning, Professor Habib emphasized, and many others also emphasized, Francis Peterson also emphasized that we should take charge of our own responsibility and our own destiny and not think that we are totally reliant on the global West or on America. That was also emphasized by David Lodge from Cornell University yesterday in his opening remarks. But having said that, we've got a lot of experience in the session yesterday afternoon where Claire Quinn shared lessons learned from Food Systems Research Network for Africa, which was established under the partnership between ARUA and the Global Challenges Research Fund at UKRI over the past 4 or 5 years. And the lessons that we've learned out of that, and she highlighted the lessons, 5 lessons very clearly. And one of them is that we really need to focus to embed internationalization in the next generation of scholars on the African continent. We should not only wait for UKRI to give funding to us to do it, but it should be a partnership, and over and above ARUA, beg your pardon, or which other entities on the African continent, including the universities, should be co-responsible to invest, because it's in the future of our own academics and our own next generation of researchers. At the same time, to think of equitable and sustainable partnerships, it's important that there's a lot that we can learn from the global north, but similarly, it should be co-directional. But we realize that our research systems on the continent really need to be strengthened in many cases. There's a lot of evidence, studies that has been done, a big study that is funded by the Carnegie Corporation of New York, where Thokozile is one of the lead researchers currently, to really unpack case studies that Carnegie has invested in building capacity of the next generation, and to try and find out what is really the challenges and how do we do it together if we want to build and develop the next generation of academics. So in short, I think we should really say whatever we do should be Africa-based and owned. It should focus here. Our people must come first. Our early career researchers must come first, but it should be globally enabled. Without the globe, we cannot do it. We will not have the opportunity to expose them globally to international models of cooperation and capacity strengthening, capacity development, and finally, very important, globally enabled, specifically in the context also that they should spend time there, ours should spend time, they should spend time here and ours should spend time there. But because we also don't have adequate supervisory and mentoring capacity to really develop the number of PhD students and or postdoctoral fellows to really make our continent globally competitive in the global knowledge economy.
Thank you so much for that, Prof. Sonnepoel. Panelists, any comments, anything you'd like to respond to?
Yeah, I have one comment on the climate change contributions. Thank you so much. You know, people rarely act on facts, yeah? People act on stories. Yeah, I think we know this is something that is well recognized in Africa. The power of storytelling is that the story determines what people do with the information, yeah? Not so much the facts and how that's constructed. And as I listened to what you were sharing, and I thought about Professor Habib's earlier comments, it struck me that there's one story we tell, right? The one story is, Africa is not a huge polluter, and because Africa is not a huge polluter, however, it's disproportionately affected, right? This is the story of the victim, okay? So Africa is a victim of climate action of other nations, and that's unfortunate, okay? That's one story, but obviously there's a danger it becomes the only story. Okay, because there's another story in there. There's one story, which was hinted at here. Africa is the climate future of the continent, yeah? Because of the importance of the Congo Basin to the survival of the human species. How much airtime does that story get, right? And then there's a third story, which you started to get at as well, is what's the compensation to Africa? Yeah, for all the polluters and their disproportionate effects. Can we create a victor story for Africa around that? Right, so I just wanted to point out, in a conversation around equity, yeah, how are we sitting around the table with partners that we're calling our equitable partners and not having that conversation to say, can we have a conversation around what's the compensation model for Africa for what everyone else has done, and what are the ways in which Africa will be paid for that? And the ways it could be paid could speak directly to what you're saying, R&D investments, it could be debt forgiveness, whatever that is, but no one is going to take up that story for Africa except Africa, right? To the earlier point, is we need those 3 headmen or big brothers to get around the table and say, this is our story. This is going to be a core part of our climate story and how we're going to move forward. And when we go into these forums where we have the conversations, this is a story that we're going to pull through, and we're not going to leave that table until we walk away with what Africa also deserves. We're not going to show up just as victims. This is our victor story, because someone needs to pay for this, and it can't just be Africa. So just a comment.
Yeah, really like that. Shift your perspective from victim to victor mentality. Prof, anything you want to add?
So I want to come back to Nkechi's really 4 suggestions. And I entirely agree with all 4 of what you've just said. But if anything I've learned as a scholar, I completely identify with that. But as somebody who's run institutions for the last 15 years of my life, I've learned one thing. And that is, if you don't have money, it becomes really difficult. So the question is, firstly, how do you get the money? Because you're going to need that money. You said it's good. You're right. We have to have a climate-friendly industrialization agenda. It will be more expensive, but there's no other choice. Otherwise, we'll blow up humanity. Question is, how do we pay for it? You're right about caring for our young and our elderly. You're absolutely right. The North has to give us some money. They have to pay for some of this. But the Europeans are going to say, no deal. How are you going to make us pay? And the only way you get the Europeans or the North Americans, or frankly the Chinese, to put something on the table is if you have something that they don't have, that they need. That's the question. So what is it that that you have to have, you don't get if you don't start putting something on the agenda? And that's the fundamental question by what I mean leverage. The Indians, I'll tell you what they have. They got 1.5 billion people. Germany wants to sell stuff in India. They say, you're not getting access until you give us that. That's what their leverage is. The Chinese do the same. What is Africa's agenda? And at 1.5 billion people, that market's nothing. But if you could take an argument that said, you don't get a single piece of mineral, global, a continental white pack, unless this is on the table. Or you want to talk about migration. You are really angry about migration. How do you do that? What's the leverage is the question we have to ask. The second thing that I wanted to put, that was really put on the table, was how do we mobilize resources? And I want to say, you can't only get resources from global. I think that you also have to start thinking what's your domestic mobilization of resources. And I want to say, it seems to me that there's 3 single suggestions here that you could think about. So, a global tax on minerals, continental wide. No mineral leaves out of here through a tax on it that goes into a big pool that is invested for development. You could do the same thing on a tax on any air travel on the African continent. It's a very simple thing. A global pact, because you can't do an African pact here, because all of the African leaders are stealing the money and sending it out. So you need a global pact that says any money that leaves Africa through malevolent resources, the global pact is whether it lands in Switzerland, or whether it lands in China, or whether it lands in the Cayman Islands, it's confiscated into a global fund for African development. A global pact that on any export of professionals from Africa. So if Britain takes doctors from South Africa, they have to reimburse per staff for the entire. You do those things, and suddenly you change the game plan. Because not only do you develop a whole series of domestic mobilization, you suddenly also take away the incentive for people to export capital. Because none of those leaders can then put their money in Swedish banks because it gets confiscated. It seems to me that that's what I mean by the mechanisms on how you think that. And that's where I think there's 1,000 ideas. The real question is, how do we get powerful people to accede to us? And how do we mobilize domestic resources in singular ways that creates big money for the kinds of things you're talking about?
Which comes back to the first point you made about leadership, Dr. Thokozile. I hope to see these ideas in my lifetime, Prof. I really do. We'll take one question and then we'll carry on with the conversation and then come back to the second. It's noted.
Thank you. Thanks for the mind-blowing discussion and deliberations. I hate to be the negative one in this auditorium, but I will be. I, most of the time, Thokozile, sense that Africa plays victim. We do. There is no way that the UAE, there is no way that the North, there is no way that anyone in China can come through our shores without our permission. Permission through our leaders, right? It is permission through our leaders to expropriate what is on our land. They get permission. They don't just bulldoze their way into everything that is happening on the African continent has been permitted by the leaders in Africa. And I believe that the meager revenue that is derived from all of this, Africa does benefit. Because if all these countries were not coming to exploit Africa and take massive of whatever we have for themselves, leaving nothing, they still bring something. And that something is what our leaders use to leverage their votes, to get their votes, whether they rig the votes, whether they buy the votes or whatever. But it is used for the little running of all the African governments on this continent. There is something that they leave behind, no matter how small. And you ask yourself, without that little something, how would these governments be operating? We are being exploited, but we've allowed it because our governments permit it. And I want to raise one thing. Until I got prime funding, seed funding from the UK Global Horizon last year with some collaborators, I would not have known that our mining sector, our feed manufacturing sector, the sector that I'm in, our animal production sector, cannot survive without the fossil fuels that we're trying to remove. These are considerations that some of us are not aware of until we are in that space. So with all this talk to say, let's move this way, let's move that way, have we even done the groundwork to see the feasibility of those who hold the dollars or the rands to make sure that the country runs? Because without finance, without industries, the country cannot operate. And if those industries say we are struggling to transition, then how do we expect people on the ground to transition? How do we expect the whole of Africa to transition? I went to Standerton last week to visit Astral, one of the Astral farms. When I entered, there was water. You shower in, you shower out for biosecurity reasons. The water is not so clean. There's electricity, but the electricity is only on that farm, within that farm space. The water is within that farm space. The minute you leave, you don't get those resources. Standerton is a place of you don't want to find yourself in. I'm talking here, Standerton, right here. And you ask yourself, if a company, Astral, listed on the JSE, is the only one operating there that has these resources, the people outside its premises do not have that privilege. What are we talking about here? So I'm saying, people, can we please be realistic and stop playing victim and realize that the situations we are in, as Prof Habib was saying, as Yes. We did not land here by mistake. We did not, many of us ran away from rural areas. She said it, Florence, you said it, rural areas, our townships are becoming rural areas. We have so many informal settlements that are becoming rural areas. People are moving to urban areas, coming, and we sit here, we come here, congregate, and say, the Africa we want. And the Africa we want is not what we're living here. Who do we want this Africa for when we run away from it? Thank you.
Thank you so much for those contributions. I think you mentioned the need to introspect, the need to do our own homework before we start going out, but does anyone want to comment or respond to that?
Not to that specifically. I just wanted to finish one of your thoughts when you said that there's nothing that foreign governments or foreign companies come into Africa to do without the permission of our politicians. And I don't think the accountability ends there, because there's nothing our politicians do without our permission. Yeah? It's a cycle of accountability, right? And obviously one of the biggest issues we have is Africa has a lot of accountability, but it's called reporting. Okay? Africa's accountability often lacks consequences. Yeah, so our governments are accountable. They give us the budget. This is what the budget was. They're very accountable. They then tell us, this is what we didn't manage to spend. You know, then they say this was wasteful. Oh, this was corruption. Okay, and then they close the book and we wait for them to rock up next year. Okay, so accountability can be reporting. The problem when accountability is reporting, nothing happens, right? All that happens is the years move. Okay, but when accountability comes with consequences, right? And this is where sometimes that private sector ruthlessness has worked for private sector endeavors, yeah? And not so much for public interest endeavors. Is for some reason, we've just accepted that in the public sector, consequences for accountability are a no-go, okay? And it's become such a part of our culture that it ends up being how we vote. So we are also making those daily decisions, right? Of, oh yeah, just come do what you want with us, we're victims, you know, see you next year. So I do think that there's an important part of your argument. It doesn't stop with government, yeah? It also stops with us, right? What are the consequences that we're willing or unwilling to apply to actually move the needle? So that was the only comment.
Thank you for that comment. I think we'll get questions just now. I want to pivot the conversation a little bit and speak on insights from economic security. And this conversation, again, I'm going to come back to you, Dr. Thokozile. Yesterday, we just started discussing about how the African continent, we hear this often, the African continent is the youngest continent. We've got the strongest youth population. We've got the greatest potential. And interestingly enough, like I was telling you yesterday, when you worked with APSA, I think you still do, I was one of the APSA undergraduate scholarship scholars, so I'm a direct result of your scholarship, and I think you even gave me my scholarship, so I'm a direct result of what it means to invest in youth. But so often, organizations and governments wait till June 16th. Then come the posters, then come the youth discussion, youth dialogue, youth indaba. And as soon as June trickles away, the conversations end. There's a lot of conversations about youth. There are a lot of youth involved in conversations, but it stops there. How do we move it from that point? How do we move it forward to practical improvements with the youth being involved in decision making, with the youth being involved in job creation, with the youth being involved in the economy?
Yeah. Gosh, you'd need at least a week to unpack that one question. I think I would like to point out one thing that I've learned, yeah? So I have been in that world of development and youth programs and interventions in South Africa as well as across the continent. I think one of my biggest learnings, that it actually came through an organization I had the privilege to work with recently, the MasterCard Foundation, because they do a lot of youth employment-related interventions across the continent. I think that one of the biggest mistakes we have made in approaching the unemployment problem is to not put our youth at the center of solving it. Okay? So I think it's, and it might be a little bit of that patriarchal or colonial mindset that, you know, the people who sit with the problem must then be rescued by the rescuers or the so-called empowered. And one of the most effective models I've come across through the Mastercard Foundation's work is where when youth are engaged around in a particular context, right? Because we exist within a context, and the way employment works most sustainably is when you're able to harness what the context has, yeah? The opportunities of the context, and harness that is, frankly, it's something I wish universities would do more of, yeah? Where we see universities a little bit more situated to where the university is, what are the opportunities, and then the university is just churning out skills that are aligned with that particular context is, I feel like if we do a better job of co-creating employment solutions with youth, that will give us greater benefit. The model's been done and it's been proven. Yeah? Where I think we are falling short is where we come with big ideas, where it's this high level, skills, digital skills, let's do an accelerator, 5,000 youth with digital skills, and then they're trained, and then there are no jobs. Yeah, because you didn't take that sort of ecosystem view. So I think one of the things for me is we need to co-create more with the youth within their context. I feel like this will be best solved as a contextual, broken down solution. Let's work within context, let's work within those opportunities, put the youth at the center, and then bring all of those stakeholders, whether it's government, whether it's industry, to say, how can we create jobs? Because the most important thing in all of that is, what is a meaningful job? Yeah. Right? And that's part of what we need to answer. Yeah. We've done a lot of skilling, right? A lot of skilling, and we can't just have conversations around job creation. What is a job? What is a meaningful job? What is a sustainable job? Yeah. These are things and constructs that should be created with the people who you're seeking to create employment for. So I'm not giving you an easy answer, for sure, but I'm saying that this is a concept, it's been proven, and now it needs to scale.
Yeah, I think it's, and I'm going to come back to you now, Prof. Habib, I think it's the conversation of, like we said yesterday, instead of going and telling youth, this is how you fish, ask the youth if they want to fish. And the youth are not being included in those decision-making conversations. We're being included right at the beginning. Somewhere in the middle, we get left behind, and then we get told the outcome. Now, we can't speak about the economy, and Prof. Habib, I'm going to add on to whatever you were going to say now with an additional question. We can't speak about the economy without speaking about immigration. And it always hurts me to even mention immigration in an African context, because the borders that are here were never here before. But in a country like South Africa that is plagued by the likes of xenophobia, et cetera, we see an economy that can be very exclusionary for specifically Black Africans, because if we have a look at Cape Town, most of Cape Town housing has been taken over by tourists. There are more French people living in Cape Town than you would probably find, African internationals just walking around Cape Town these days. You hear French more than you hear English. It's actually, it's fascinating. And so how do we respond to the way we are communicating with immigrants, the way the economy is being shaped in such a way that it excludes African business people and those who are wanting to come in and contribute to the South African economy?
So, I'm going to get into trouble for this, so forgive me. I want to answer both questions. But I want to start up where I think you ended. If there's a central message that I heard from what you're saying is, let's get real. Let's be honest, man. And it seems to me that there is a certain level of pragmatism that we just need to bring into the equation. So let's start with youth. Youth, all of the research shows this is going to be the fastest growing part of the population in Africa. And frankly, Africa is going to be the only part of the globe that's going to have a growing youth population for the next 80, 90 years. Is that good or bad? Depends. Frankly, youth can be an asset and they can be a big, big liability. They can be an asset if they have a future. They can be an asset if they have skills. If they don't have a future, young people can be a liability because they'll be angry for good reason, and then they're going to act out that anger, and that's what we see in large parts of the continent. So how do we make sure that young people have a future is the project. So the first thing is, We've got large numbers of young people who are not in any level of employment. How do we get them jobs? That's the singular biggest priority today. Is how do you get young people into jobs? And then second, how do you create the enabling environment for young people not to be only dependent on jobs, but also to do their own startups? And if you want startups, you need innovation. And frankly, you're right, you can't have innovation without looking at local. Because the real thing about innovation is not the technology. It's what's the local problem, and how can I find a local solution for that problem? That's the innovation part. And then you need to create that. That's the first. The second, how do you do that? And here's the tragedy of the last 1994. If you ask me, where's the singular biggest level of entrepreneurship since 1994 in South Africa? You're going to hate my answer. It's Stellenbosch. Stellenbosch has created more jobs, more companies in 20 years. Now the question is why? There are four things. That's how you create entrepreneurs. You need skill. You need networks. You need venture capital. And you need risk. You need all four. If any one of it's missing, it doesn't work. Why do they have skills? Well, for 40 years, white Afrikaners have got the best schools and education that has been built. Why do they have networks? They've built all of these social networks around Stellenbosch and other places. Why do they have venture capital? Well, they've got the Ruperts and the Capitec Bank and all of that. But there's the fourth that emerged, which is risk. For the Afrikaner community, because they weren't as entrepreneurial before, not at the same level. You know what happened? What happened is, if we don't make it, we out. If we don't make this work, we out of the game. It's that risk that swung. That's where ShopRite Checkers came. That's where Capitec came. That's where all of the AI companies are coming through. Why aren't they coming in other parts? Given the billions that we have spent, do you know how much on BE we spent? And so, in a sense, that's the second big element that it seems to me that you had. I'll add two other things. One is something that I think the second panel discussed, is we need to start thinking about new economic models. You know, it's true that there is, where's move of best advantage, where's your advantage, your trading advantage. But that doesn't mean Africa shouldn't have a capacity to produce vaccines. Because when we have a pandemic, everybody closed down and doesn't export the vaccine, and then we've closed down our production capacity. You know, in South Africa, we did have a production capacity under apartheid South Africa. Democratic South Africa closed it down because they said we could buy it cheaper. When COVID came, we had no capacity. Go to Eskom. In the 1990s in apartheid South Africa, we produced the largest number of builders, the largest number of plumbers, the largest number of all of those skills that are shortage today. Who produced them? Public enterprises. When did we stop them? In the democratic South Africa, because we were looking simply at the numbers without looking at the developmental consequences. And then finally on immigration. The real, by the way, the real people in Cape Town from this thing is not the French, it's the Germans and the Brits. They're the largest cohort. Why do they come? Because they have money. Why does Cape Town? They pension, if you retire in the UK, your pound doesn't go very far. Come to South Africa, it goes very, very far. Plus you get added good weather thrown in. You get sun that feels like a sun. You get thrown in for this. So the question then becomes, that's the context for it. And so if you want to deal with the immigration problem, let me tell you this. We're going to need skills. We have a shortage of skills in this country. Immigration is going to be necessary. Skilled immigration is going to be necessary to turn this economy. But if we do that, we also need to start creating our local capacities. Why aren't we producing daily, yearly? We have protests in our universities. Why? Because we don't fund the universities properly. How are you expect to create a new generation of layers? I'll tell you one final thing. A couple of weeks ago, I was walking in Bloomsbury, where SOAS is. And as I was walking down the street, somebody said to me, "Hi, Boad Munjani." At which point I kind of this thing. And so I spoke to her. She was a Wits graduate. She studied medicine. She was a scholar from Zimbabwe. She studied medicine. Wits, got 6 years qualified. Couldn't get a place in a hospital. What she did? She went to the UK, joined the NHS, did the public health, joined the NHS, and now will be there. Here's the thing. For every year we train a person in our universities for medical, it costs us $1 million. You only pay 100,000 in fees, but it costs us $1 million. We spend 6 million on a person, and when we train them, we handed them over to the UK. How clever is this? We say we can't afford them to go to public hospital. Go look every day between Pretoria and Joburg and see all of those bodyguards driving politicians. Stop those bodyguards, take the cash, and pay for the doctors in hospitals. You fundamentally change our game. That's the kind of pragmatic, hard conversation we need, and that's what we're not doing.
Can we give that a round of applause? Whilst you were speaking, Prof, I saw 4 hands go up very quickly. So it's now become more than 4. There was one down here. Oh, it's a lot more than 4. And then I saw 2 over there. So let's do, and then 4, and then we'll do a second round. That's okay.
Thank you. Thanks. Rajiv Kumar here. I was really, because it concerns us in India a lot, the whole issue of youth and employment. And because we are going through this process of whether it will be a demographic dividend or a demographic disaster. We are in the midst of it. So here are some practical suggestions that we've tried to adopt for you. One, for example, is that we've now given a very big push for internships. Because when you skill people, you don't take care of what the industry requires. But if you create internships and you make it mandatory for companies to have some percent, 2, 1, 3, 5, whatever, of interns there, that will make that they are going to add to the workforce which is required and which is employable. That's one. 2, I chaired the what was called the Atal Innovation Mission for 5 years. And there were 2 tasks that we had to ourselves. One was to start incubation centers, and we started 72 of them in 4 years. And because we wanted to start a startup movement, and we called it the Champions of Change. And the Prime Minister himself led it. And we got the young people who just started, identified them, brought them to the center, gave them the attention, and today we have about 70 unicorns in India. And that's become a huge movement. So there is this thing about the startup movement. But the second mandate for the Atal Incubation Mission was simpler. We set up what were called tinkering labs in secondary schools, in government secondary schools. What were the tinkering labs about? Very small allocation, but brought the youngsters face to face with the new technology, whether it was the electronic circuits, or whether it was the computer, whether it was just doing something with optical sensors, etc. 10,000 of them were established in 4 years, and now we're going to establish 50,000 of them. That's where it begins. That's where it begins to convert your human resource to human capital. That's the thing that you want to do. And it can be done. As I said, it's not very difficult to get that done. The one that I want to really sort of two things that I want to emphasize, which is that, the growth in Africa will move when the private sector will move. Africa or India will not move because of the public sector and the government. So what we need to do is to look at very carefully the ease of doing business in Africa and in India to make sure that, the private sector, the government supports the private sector and not is in its way. We estimated that in India, we had 67,000 compliance regulation burden on the private sector. Everything that you do requires a clearance from somewhere or the other. You can just get away with it, just abolish them. And we can do the same here. I'm sure the same situation exists here. And finally, a kind of a radical suggestion, not been accepted even in my country, is let's forget the rate of growth of GDP. Let's start estimating the rate of growth of employment and make it the central focus of our economic policy making. You know why? Because if you grow employment, GDP will grow by itself because there is something called employment elasticity. So why not make that, and why not have the provinces, the states, the cities, the countries compete for that? Because we started that in Niti Aayog. We created about 10 rankings just to create that competition among people to try. And the last one, therefore, because that then creates accountability. Otherwise, there is no accountability, only long-term accountability. But with elections, you can throw them out. But what about the short-term accountability? Yeah. What are you doing today, and what is its impact tomorrow? Thank you.
Thank you so much for those suggestions. I think it's critical in South Africa where skills development needs to start right at the bottom. Our literacy rates are ridiculously low, and even with, the pass rate, I think, is it sitting on 30 or 40%, and it gets lowered. So we can't even compete in the global market if we don't have the skills to compete. Yes.
Hi, Brian Chickson from the University of Pretoria. In terms of pragmatic solutions or suggestions, I think one of the critical things, because we're playing in complexity, we have to think about the idea of leverage. What are the things that we can do that will create potentially multiple sources of value? Now, I'll look at the university community itself, right? Because that's pretty much within our span of influence or even control, right? Now, if we connect that to youth, right? We have a very captive population of the country's best talent across the universities, okay? We talk about we want to build and strengthen global citizens, and it's consistent across all universities, right? But our paradigm is anchored on a one-way telling, teaching, building, doing 4 or 2, right? And what that does is it constrains our ability to capitalize and mobilize the vast asset that we have within the universities for multiple streams of value. So I would argue that we see conflict, and we've mentioned conflict, okay, the students toying because they haven't been funded. But I mean, can you imagine if we mobilize the student constituency of the university community as an integral source of competitive advantage, we could potentially be doing way, way more than we're currently doing. How to do that? I can't give the solution now, but I think we can figure it out. But right now, there's an untapped source of power, okay, an advantage that we are just not tapping into. And it's captive, right? Where they become part of the solution, not when they leave university, but now, right? And because they're captive, hey, guess what? Guess who knows what we'll get?
Thank you very much for that contribution. Right at the back.
Thank you very much. Joyce Chicha, Food Security UK ZN. Thank you very much for the enriching discussions from day one until today. But I have a sense that we've talked really deeply about what the issues are, how complex they are. It feels like when we leave today, we may come back next year and have deeper conversations about what the issues are and how complex they are. My wish and dream is that next year when we talk about this week, we actually have panels that have industry on them, that have government, NGOs, and we start talking about examples of cases where we are implementing all this richness of solutions. It feels like we're talking to ourselves deeply, but it's like we've gone to the doctor, we are talking, but we leave and we're not healed. So my suggestion and plea is that we lobby industry strongly to talk with us so that immediately there's implementation of the solutions. And next year when we come back, we share examples of what is working, and we commit and pledge to amplify that, to scale that up as fast as possible and start seeing what is possible, to move away from the what and the action. It's urgent. Otherwise, it feels like we will really remain quite sick. It's difficult to watch postgraduate students, particularly highly trained, struggling for work. Let's harness those minds, put them in those case studies, but we can't do it. We need industry with us. We need government with us to actualize the what, the deepness of it, and amplify those solutions in different regions. Maybe there'll be a big fire from small fires. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One more, right, right here. I see.
Thank you very, Thank you very much, Alina, Council of Botswana. And I think it's just to echo what my sister just said, to thank the organizers for bringing us here since Sunday. These critical conversations are great take-homes. I was actually going to echo a point that Adam said, which Prof Rajiv just talked about anchoring human capital development in the conversations we take away, especially with youth as a target audience and population. Mainly because, as has been said, one of the big challenges we see is the mobility of youth, whether it's within the continent or going out. And that speaks to us, some of the earlier discussions about the diaspora. Indeed, we do have a rich resource of youth, but because we're not engaging them, because we're not employing them, because we're not investing in them, they become a problem, not part of the solution. And we've seen youth across the last 2 years actively taken to the vote to change governments across this continent because of these very issues. And they will continue doing it. However, I think as the Professor said earlier, we at the universities and research councils have that opportunity to pivot that youth energy talent into a more strategic human capital strategy for the continent, especially importantly to dismantle the structural barriers. This immigration barrier that we speak to, we talk about year in, year out. Some people didn't even make it here because of that. What is it that are programmatic areas we can begin to do? I believe part of this conversation ending would be Future Africa actually putting together proposals about what it is that we would want to do as collectives. One of those can be actually putting on the table the youth mobility program that should then drive the human capital strategy for the continent, for young people. And that can then be taken to the next conversations, whether it's at regional level, the RECs, or also at the AU. Unfortunately, these processes need to happen in that way because as we operate as nation states, we also have to go to the RECs, then to the AU. But it's critical that we follow up. So the follow-through mechanisms also need to be part of what we bring to the table. So we don't wait until next year when we convene, we start now to say, these are some of the issues. Because year in, year out, we talk about the wasted talent of young people who either leave the continent or don't want to come back to the continent despite the investment. We cannot hold accountable other governments out there to say, you know, pay us for taking our youth. Unfortunately, they won't. That's the impunity they will bring. But we can use that time and energy to ensure that we actually make the continent attractive. I think the basic ingredients of all that have been mentioned in the last 3 days. And I think we have it within us in this very room to start that process going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Points noted. One more, one more, and then we'll do, I'm watching time, and then we'll do a second round. Gentleman right over there.
Oh, thank you very much. It's David Tungubuka, resident researcher, mostly UNISA, UP, HSRC, before Jews. Yeah, my question was the issue of, Africa has been turned to a loaf of bread. For instance, last time we were launching the African Transformation Index, with the late Ntombini, I think in this right room. So the study found out that most countries in Africa, from the north or from the south, the north ones, they take advantage for the Eurozone. For instance, even if Brother Tettey could assist Brother Somalia with the drilling of oil and discovering of 20 barrels of oil, ultimately, eventually, Tettey is going to take 90% of the benefits, of the rewards, of the oil eventually. But now, us as Africa, do we take time to slap at the small brother and realize to him that the trade-offs are selling us out in that regard? But the issue is that if maybe Africa, AU, could have an active role as a non-numeric member in the G20, then I think maybe Africa could try by chance to solve some of these problems they are facing. Yeah, other than that, I wonder if Prof also, would you mobilize the intellectual diaspora, even if there are 50 of them, to come back home just to normalize the realities of today? Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for all of those contributions. We will have rounds. I'm so sorry. I've taken note of those whose hands are up currently. Will get the first. Those who are holding mics, please take note of the hands so that they can get the first opportunity as soon as we come back. The contributions that we had from India, that's what we started off with. Thank you so much for that. Internships and having those tech innovator systems. I must say, as a victim of a UN internship, back when UN internships were unpaid. I have a little bit of trauma when it comes to internships and how organizations are using that term internship to take advantage of young people and making them work for free, essentially. We had contributions about mobilizing the student community as a competitive advantage. We spoke about that big question that we've had, which is, what do we do now? And I think it's a conversation that's going to continue as this conference continues as well. And then finally, we had the comment about Africa being a loaf of bread and who holds us responsible, who holds us accountable. What is the power of the African Union to hold the big brothers and the small brothers and sisters of Africa accountable? Anything you want to respond to at this very moment?
I have a comment related to your point around universities and the role of universities. You know, the sad reality about life, right, is the problem you frame becomes the problem you solve. Yeah? And if you frame that problem wrongly, you can solve it very well wrongly. Okay? And I want to give you an example of academia, for example, and this is a pet peeve of mine. Yeah? I was an academic, I went into business, and now I kind of work across both worlds. Right? If we take the university space as an example, right? What are we asking universities to do? We're asking universities to produce graduates. This is how we frame the problem. So what have universities been giving us? They've been giving us graduates. If we ask universities a different question, and I say, I don't want you to give me a graduate, give me a fit-for-purpose employee, right? Universities will change what they're doing. Because suddenly, universities will realize, wait, how can I churn out employees without speaking to employers? Okay? How can I create a curriculum without the end user? Because I'll produce someone who's very good, but not employable. So it can be as fundamental and as simple as that, right? There's a role to play also in the space of academia. Does Africa need more graduates, right? Or does Africa need more fit-for-purpose employees? And if all stakeholders ask ourselves this difference, how can we make sure we're actually producing employees? It will change the dynamics and the interactions. So just a little point there to come back to the university point.
Can I?
Please.
So Thokozile, here's the problem. As somebody who's been in the university virtually all my life, as somebody who's been in multiple institutions all my life, there has never been a situation where people walk out from their school or their university, ever in history, and suddenly on the next day are brilliant doctors. It doesn't work like that. That's not how learning happens. Learning, the universities and schools are meant to do a certain set of knowledge transfer. Then there's a whole series of mentorship. When I came out as a young academic, I went through multiple years of being stewarded by elder scholars who corrected me, who worked with me, who published with me over a period of time. What we have to recognize, however good you are, you're never going to produce. Now that doesn't mean, I think you have a point, in the sense that we shouldn't be developing a curriculum without consultation with the private sector. But if you went to the 1990s and asked every employer, what do you think the skills will be required in 15 years? I guarantee you 85% would have got it wrong. And I think 85% of academics would have got it wrong as well. That's because we have to start finding a role for where people are. Do we need a curriculum that's more responsive to our needs? Yes. Should the private sector be involved in the formulation of our curriculum? Yes. But I don't think we're ever going to be at a point where you're going to walk out and you're going to be performing 100% on day one. Wow. What you're going to be able to do is create an enabling environment where people walk out and are mentored, stewarded to become the people you are. That's where I think Rajiv has a point. If India says we need interns, then I don't understand why every single intern, every single graduate of a university in this country doesn't become an intern on day one if they don't get a job. Now you might say it's impossible to actually pay for. I'll tell you, you can pay for it without spending an extra cent. Redeploy the skills levy for the internship program of everybody. Overnight, you'll suddenly create an incentive structure where suddenly it pays people, they can only claim back through the tax system. If you employ 5 interns in your company, you can claim that back. CETA has been the singular biggest corruption agency in this country. You'll deal with corruption simultaneously at creating an internship program. Through those internship programs, you either create the entrepreneurial layer you need or the employee class you need. But a single rejig of the, what's it now, 2% or 1% levy could fundamentally pay for a skills internship program would pay across the system overnight. And you'll create a bridge between the private sector and that. So I think that's the kind of things we need to start thinking about. I'll tell you who you're going to get a fight from. The Department of Education and Training, because they control that budget. It's billions and billions. And they're going to fight back, because then comrades and cronies can't be appointed. But if you manage to shift that, you could get that internship program funded. And it seems to me there's that kind of practical element. How could we do this? Would that work? How do we finance it? And in 80% of the cases, it's not new money. It's the redeployment of existing money for a developmental need.
Can I cheekily respond?
Go ahead.
There is, you actually, you leaned into the point in how I opened to say, the way you define the problem becomes how you try to solve it. So what I wanted to, I guess, disagree with, respectfully, is part of the problem is, and this is a huge problem in academia, we can't keep propagating the narratives, yeah? There was one academic journey, it played its part, the world looked a certain way, right? I would argue, if we decide that we need ready-made graduates, we will find the way to produce them. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. It's not, for me, it's a yes and, right? There'll be some aspects of the current system that work, and they can be improved with a bit of tweaking, but we need to force ourselves to fundamentally shift how we are approaching things. That's how you get innovation. And we're not going to do it by, tomorrow declaring all universities do it. We will test and pilot, right? That's why we have Future Africa. I'm looking at you, Professor Margaret, there, right? These are the models we need to test and pilot to say, if we ask a fundamentally different question, let's take a cohort of 20 over the next 4 years, right? Let's say, even if they're engineers, we are here to produce engineering employees. How are we going to do this fundamentally different? And then let's see if we have different outcomes from cohort A versus cohort B. So I'm pushing for the and to say, yes, there are improvements to the current, but there has to be the fundamental rethinking because the times are different.
Yeah.
So we need to do differently too.
Before I let you respond to that, Prof, and before I make my own comments, I see that there are burning hands in the audience, and I'm here for you, audience. So the hand at the back, is it still up? Yes. Sorry. You can go ahead.
Thank you. In all this discussion, I want us to reflect on the value equation for Africa. The denominator and the numerators have to be such that you can get surplus out of it. The problems that we are talking about in Africa come from two sources. The lady there mentioned one, the African. You can put the African either the denominator or the numerator. But the second source is the spheres of influence that on a daily basis affect Africa. I don't know how many of us know that Africa is the chasse gardée of the world, particularly the West. The chasse gardée is a French term for hunting ground. Africa is the hunting ground. And if it is where you go to get your meat, you will do all you can to preserve the meat. That is why African problems are never solved. So when you pointed at Africans, one is the leaders who don't realize that Africa is a hunting ground, but the second is the spheres of influence who come to hunt in Africa. They would never allow you to succeed. That is the battle Africa is engaged in. I can tell you categorically from a leader of Ghana who passed away, J.J. Rawlings. I went to interview J.J. Rawlings in his office. And that is what I learned. It's not that Africans cannot change if they want to. They can. But it's because of the spheres of influence on a daily basis. Let's take that into consideration as we think of the future of Africa. Change the equation. Change the numerator or the denominator, and you would get a surplus. At the moment, we are in a deficit because it's a fraction. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution. How do the hunted become the hunters? I see this contribution over here. There's one over here as well, and there was a fourth one in this corner. You will remind me. Okay, before you do, can we get the mic over here?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Feris. I'm from the University of Pretoria as a postdoc in plant sciences. What about Africa? So you've been discussing, I've been compiling my questions in my head. So I'll say them. I'll share them with you. So, Prof. Habib, you spoke about compensation because we're trying to address climate change. We contributed less towards climate change issues. At the same time, we are suffering the most because we don't have the capacity to handle all these issues. I was wondering, do you think they can compensate us? More so that we are not united. I'm saying we are not united in the sense that we have seen the past leaders become victims in other countries suffering from that. Zimbabwe, for example. The Lancaster House Agreement stated out clearly that we're going to be compensated as Zimbabweans when we appropriate the land. When then that question was brought about, Zimbabwe started suffering. And the leader by that time said, I'm not Margaret Thatcher who signed the agreement, so look for Margaret Thatcher. Do you see them compensating us? And we see also the other issues that we are unstable, as Africans, because we have influence from outside where they come and say, your leaders do not respect human rights. And because we are not informed as the public, we take that side of them. For example, Libya. The Libyans today are suffering more than they were suffering under Gaddafi. Gaddafi wasn't making his people suffer as much as they were saying, but he was a threat because he was talking about Africa being united. Right. Are we going to be compensated when we are not united? We have leaders like Julius Malema, he speaks and other Africans says he is the enemy. We have Ibrahim Traore, now so many people have hired people that guard him to kill him. So do you think we have a voice to go and say, guys, we need compensation? We are not united. That is my point on compensation. Do you think it's going to be feasible? Let's talk of responding to climate change. We see that most of our issues emanate from poor leadership. We have a leadership where they cannot invest in its people and be able to capacitate their people to respond to climate change. All they can do, we read that 9% of our GDP goes to responses to climate change shocks. And we are all waiting to receive funding, aid. By so doing, when we receive aid, it comes with terms and conditions. We have to adhere to certain things, which are not Africanism. Because we are failing to really look deep into ourselves to say, what is it that we have as Africans? What is it that we can do as Africans to make ourselves better? We also talk about freedom. If our currencies are still held and controlled elsewhere, we are not free. Zimbabwean currency became a paper overnight. Why? Because it could not adhere to what the Western says about Zimbabwe. We have seen our president of South Africa being turned into a small boy at the Oval Office. Why? Because they believe they have so much control over us. Why? Because as 54 nations, we are not united. We could have said, all of us, it's a no, because we are all sovereign nations, right? Then we talk about the youth not getting employment. Who is the problem? Our leaders. It's not the West, it's not the global North. We have a parliaments filled with people that are over 70, making decisions for people that are 25 years of age. What is it that can relate with us, the youth? Literally nothing. You spoke about internship, a way of exploitation, slavery to us as youths. Who is championing that? Those people in the parliament. They are the ones that are owning companies, and they would want free labor and actually collect more out of us. So we are on another side, we are our own enemies. So how then can we go ahead or go forward in making sure that Africa is a better Africa? We start by removing those in parliament. Can they get the package and leave? And can you also come from a point where we're appointing people that have a know-how of each ministry they are leading? You have somebody who is talking about agriculture, they know nothing about agriculture, they've never been to a farm. Do you understand the struggle of somebody who is a farmer? Zimbabwe cannot trade its agricultural produce since the whole issues of land reform started. So the Minister of Foreign Affairs, if he has never been a farmer, they will never understand what's going on.
Yeah.
And we actually here, we have AU, a toothless bulldog cannot call its fellow people to say, Mkabe or Mnangagwa, you're doing wrong by your people. We see them, they are so quiet. The instability in Africa actually leads us to being exploited by the West. DRC planes go and collect diamonds. The diamond that is supposed to develop DRC. And who say DRC cannot respond to climate change? No, they can. As long as we unite as Africans and not allow other people to exploit us. Yeah. So there's quite a lot. We are actually having a complex issues of problems. But as Africans, if we unite, we can do better. And we have seen that the social media, we're using it as Africans to destroy each other. You open and listen like somebody's against, no, this is a Zimbabwean, this is a DR Congo. But we're Africans and our problems are the same.
Very
leadership.
True.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think your sentiments echo the words of many Africans. So I hear the passion in your voice. Let's get that question there at the back. We'll respond and we'll do a final round 1, 2. So after that, there won't be any more questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate the conversation. I think to introduce myself, my name is Puti Chilopam Gopozi, and I work for the Innovation Hub, which is right behind the Future Africa campus for the Pretoria University. Mine is just to come in the point about Stellenbosch being very competitive compared to this particular area, which is Gauteng. Gauteng is known to be the economic hub, and we know that startup are some of the potential economic inputs or economic development inputs. Looking at the University of Pretoria, the kind of research and the work that they're doing and where it can potentially go, I see that there's a bit of failure that we have to our researchers that can potentially have products that can be commercialized, which is something that Stellenbosch is doing very well. And mine is to say that there's been a clear look at the non-coordinated ecosystem and to say that. The fact that there will be a lot of great research being done here, support from government coming in, but not seeing those unicorns of startup that have been supported, because there's a lot of potential that we're seeing, but the non-coordinated ecosystem is what's disabling us. So the lack of having no industry involvement in our startup ecosystem is a huge problem. We've got the JSE here, but you can't tell the number of JSE listed companies that are involved in the startup ecosystem. That is the investment that they can put into the great research that can be commercialized towards seeing tangible products that can be exported towards economic development. So I'm seeing that as a big problem, but just to call the key part of collaboration, of seeing concerted government efforts that brings universities, researchers, and VCs to be fully involved. And I don't know whether it's a problem that we have here in Gauteng or the whole of South Africa, but I believe it's an African problem. The collaboration needs to be fully emphasized to see all the spheres of government players towards economic development working together and seeing some of the unicorns that we can have from the great research that's been done. So I just wanted to come into that point about Stellenbosch doing so good with the VCs industry being involved, which is, I'm seeing that a lack of those two entities not being fully involved in our ecosystem, which I believe should be highlighted more. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. All right, panelists, we've got, before we come to those last 2 questions, I've taken note of them. We've got a lot of work to do here today. But let me give all of the leadership questions to you, Dr. Thokozile. I know, because as you opened up, you spoke about your passion for leadership. And the questions are, there's a rise in radical leadership, but in the same way that it rises, it gets quenched very quickly. So what are your thoughts about us needing leadership reform, and what are we doing about the rise of presidents such as Ibrahim Traore, and there's probably going to be more. Is it sustainable? I want your comments on that. Let me not give you any leading questions. And then Prof, I'm going to come to you with a question about, can we be compensated? I think I already saw you shaking your head in different directions when that was asked. And the final question about collaboration, the big collaboration problem that we've always had.
Up to you. Okay, thank you. So, gosh, it's such a big thing to put one's heads around, but I'll go back to the ancient wisdom of leadership and leadership development, yeah? I believe that Africa will rise and Africa will lead when Africans themselves lead. I don't see the answer in presidents, yeah? I see the answer in the people before me. I think part of our problem is easy for us to point fingers at organized leadership, okay? You can't blame a leader for being ineffective if you elected him. You gave him that mandate, you know? So the leaders we have they're a reflection more on us than them. They didn't lie to us. They're showing up the way they're showing up. What are we doing about that? Okay, so for me, a big part of, I guess, radicalization or the redefinition of what does it mean to be an African? Okay, if you are a researcher in here, when you wake up tomorrow, are you going to wake up as a citizen of the continent that has all of the 4 IR minerals that the world needs? Are you going to hold that consciousness and say, what does this mean for me and my work, right? If I show up, and I think we can relate it back to the earlier request around when we meet next year, what is it we're going to talk about? What's the type of conversation that we're going to have? Are we going to have, again, a problem-based, you know, highly theoretical, very interesting frameworks kind of discussion, or are we going to convene to problem solve, right? And actually create things here that have impact and move forward. For me, it starts with us as individuals. So I would throw it back to everyone who's here, either as speaker or as participant. How can you be more powerful, right, in your Africanness in this moment? How can you be less of a victim, right? In your job, in what it is you're studying, in the way that you're doing your research. How can you lead Africa? Is your research an interesting intellectual question, or is it a responsive leadership question? How you're tackling your research also speaks to whether you're leading Africa or not. Are you creating knowledge? Are you creating solutions? Right? How are you defining the success of your endeavors, right? I'll go back to this because I know it's a largely academic audience, is let's not do the academic cop-out, right? You're not here to generate knowledge, yeah? You're here to advance decisions, advance innovation through what it is that you're generating. But are you giving yourself that level of accountability? Are we here just being smart? Or are we here framing our work, conducting our work, right? Interacting with stakeholders in a way that's actually going to take Africa forward? Like I said, the danger is the way we understand who we are, the way we frame our problems, the way we decide what the problem statement is, that's what we're going to solve. So I believe that the greatest leadership opportunity, particularly for us in this convening, right? It's like, yes, what about Africa? But Africa is you, right? So you should leave here thinking, what about me? How am I going to radically lead from what I am, from what I have, and with what I can do? So that would be my response.
Thank you so much for that. Prof Habib?
So I want to come back to answer the question on compensation. The answer is very simple. No, nobody's going to compensate us. I'll be honest with you. If you're absolutely right, we didn't create the climate change problem. Much of North America, Western Europe, did. We are disproportionately affected, and it's right to say we should be compensated. We just have no way and no capacity to enforce it. That's the problem. And the only time they're going to compensate you is if you have a leverage that they need. And in exchange for that, whatever they get, they will compensate you and play. Now, there was an interesting comment from the back about the numerator and the denominator and the spheres of influence. People have always exploited Africa. They always will, unless we are capable of making sure they don't. If we are not capable of making sure they don't, they will. They exploited China during the Opium Wars. They exploited Singapore. They exploited India. Until China developed the capacity to make sure that nobody exploited them, they got exploited. So this idea that we're going to ask people not to exploit us and to be good human beings is something that we have to overcome. We have to develop the leverage to make sure that we are not exploited, or we have something that they need that they have to play. And then it seems to me that the answers were in what you said. We need ministers with skills. You can't manage and steward a portfolio you've not done. And that makes complete sense to me. Why is it that we do have people without skills running portfolios? Why you complain about the leaders? You're absolutely right. But as Thokozile said, who elected them? Forget the national. Look at the city you live in. The roads don't work. The lights don't work. The water systems have collapsed. And everybody talks about world-class city. With due respect, what do? We still elect the same people. Who's to blame? We are. Until we hold people accountable. Until we say enough is enough. I'm going to appoint somebody with skills who can do the job. That's it, period. Deliver, we'll vote for you again. You can't deliver, we won't vote for you. That's the thing, it seems to me. Now, let me end on Ramaphosa. So, I like this agenda because it highlights the dilemma. Is Donald Trump a bully? The answer is yes. No debate about it. But Donald Trump has a card. He says, I control AGOA, which allows your cars and your agriculture to be exported to the United States. I'll take it away from you. That's what he said. Now, what did the president do? The president went, and you and I agree, at least he was, I thought he'd be more badly humiliated. He was less badly humiliated, but he was still humiliated. He kept his cool, he took the humiliation. When you speak to the people close to the president, they say this. You know, I accept I was humiliated. But if AGOA is protected and the motor industry survives and people don't lose your jobs, it was a worthy cost. Now, that's the call. Now, I'm not saying it is. My question, as you heard me in day one, was you should have been ready for this. You should have had more. But given where we are, if it was AGOA survival and the jobs that get saved, I don't know whether we will still survive with AGOA. But what they do say is the trade negotiations began again after that showdown, which the fact that a foreign leader requires us to humiliate ourselves before meeting the obligation is sad that we've come to that part of the world. It's sad. But in a world like that, we have to develop our own leverage. The Chinese didn't bend the knee. Why didn't they bend the knee? Because they were prepared for it. Why did we bend the knee? Because we were not prepared for it. Let's get prepared is the message that I'm trying to put together. And then finally, on the Stellenbosch thing. You're absolutely right. What I mean, when I mean Stellenbosch, I don't mean the University of Stellenbosch. I'm struck by why is this place, this region, that shouldn't have been the recipient of all of the entrepreneurial energy, why have they produced so many companies? From Shoprite Checkers, to Capitec, to large numbers of the AI, to all of, what is it there? And what are the lessons? And I think I pick up 4 things, which I think you highlight. Skills, networks, venture capital, which is money, and risk. You can have the first 3, but if you don't do the 4th, and if you ask me what's the problem with BE, it's not being directed to our real entrepreneurs, young people. It's making a couple of rich politicians and their families get shares in ABSA, in Standard Bank. They're not even doing anything new. What I would rather do is take those resources, create that capital network, and create risk, and allow for the flowering of multiple. I'd rather have millions of small companies than having a couple of politicians owe 10% of ABSA and Standard Bank. We'd be better off with millions of new small startups. And that's the problem of the BE as it's currently structured.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Prof. I think it's deeply depressing that the ones who are responsible for building the table, the ones who provide the wood for the table, are being asked what they bring to the table. The last 2 comments, and then we're going to round up the hands that were acknowledged before, which is Prof and the gentleman with the green jacket. I'm so sorry, but we have run out of time. So after those comments, we'll have closing statements from the panel.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you for this very interesting discussion. And of course, Wanda and your team for future Africa's discussions on Africa Week. It has been really enlightening. I was just wondering, as we were talking, and I want to ask both of you, and Adam also, including your daring for almost charging a tariff on some of our capital that we export in terms of doctors, accountants, and so on overseas. Why are we not charging the same tariff to our own industries in South Africa? How can we start these conversations? I don't know how many business people are here, but as you know, they pay, 27% in tax. You and I in this room pay anything between 30 and 42%. So they have, in some ways, spare capacity, in my view. How do we start to have conversations with our own local businesses in the face of falling international funding for research? I think it happens better in other countries. I was just curious to know what you think about this. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. And final question for the day.
Thank you very much for a very intriguing conversation. My initial, first, I'm Julius Chelele from the University of South Africa. My initial question was going to go to Prof Habib, but given the response from Dr. Thokozile, I then would like to, address it to you. I like the fact that you said if we ask the university the right question, we're bound to get the right answers. But my question is, does the fact that we are waiting to be asked that question is part of the problem? I mean, we are in the autumn graduation and we're producing tons and tons of students. Are we waiting to be asked that question? For me, that suggests that we are part of the problem. But second to that is, are we also not asking the question too late? Because the problem doesn't start at a university level, it starts at grassroots. Having thinking of, my sub-B few years back was that I was going to school to do a degree so that I can be employed. And so that is encapsulated in our thinking, and unfortunately it goes right through the university. Hence, we are also producing these students that we're hoping that, someone is going to, hire them. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. Now, my question is, and this is in addition to our colleagues from UK Zaren, that we have been speaking, and clearly we are struggling. Who and how are we going to, who's going to take us out of this misery, and how? And I'm saying that because we seem to have the right answers, but how we implement them, it's a struggle. And I am also struggling with that. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that. 2 final questions, 1 per each panelist. Prof Habib, the floor is yours.
So, I mean, I think that the two issues I wanted to say, I've spoken a lot, so I'm going to just respond two things. One is a very pragmatic issue. Should we get our corporates to pay more tax? The answer is yes. Do we have the levers to get them to pay more tax? That's the challenge. You know, whether you like it or not, I think US tax rates on corporates now is less than 17%. The question is, will you set up shop if we move it between 27 and to 35 or 40? That's the real question. Now, it is true that in other places, in Norway, you pay more tax. But you pay more tax in Norway because effectively you get much in return. From schooling to health to everything's paid for, and it's paid for by the national resource, by government itself. That's what we're going to have to. So if you ask me, if we can get them to pay more tax, I would be very open to that. The question is, do we have the leverage to get them to do that? And that, for me, is the issue. I want to end by making 2 points, which would be lovely for you to respond, but it does respond to what you said. In South Africa, do we have a graduate unemployment rate? The answer is yes. But I want you to be clear that those that come out with a degree from universities have a far lower unemployment rate than those that don't come out with a degree. Those with a matric come out with a far better, lower unemployment rate than those with standard 6. So education matters. Just let's understand this. Second, our curriculum here is no different to what it is in the UK. There's tweaks that we can. That doesn't mean there's the same debate happening in the UK about making our curriculum more responsive, focused on jobs, all of that. But in the UK, through the same curriculum, they have an unemployment rate of less than 5%. We have, of young people, closer to 40. I would argue it's probably near 50, 55. The question is, it's not only the university. Do they need to learn? The answer is yes. Do you need better curriculum? The answer is yes. But the ecosystem is not working. That's the problem. You can produce the best graduates you are. But if there's no jobs, if there's no employment, if the economy is not growing, they're going to go nowhere. That's the dilemma. I do think we could try to train entrepreneurs. But you know, in the end, entrepreneurship is a learning experience. It's not taught, it's practiced. Ask any entrepreneur, how did I really do? I tried, I failed, I tried, I failed, and then I tried, and it worked. It's the ability to try and fail and not die as a result that makes the difference. That's why you get, where did, you know, this guy, everybody talks about the Apple founder, Bezos, and Steve Jobs, or the Amazon guy, Jeff Bezos. Why were they able to build what they did? They were children of middle-class kids that worked in the garage of their mother and father, and when they went home, they had food on the table. That allowed him to work 10 years in that garage without this thing. If you're a young person from our townships, if you had 10 years sitting in a garage, not only you, but your family will starve. That ecosystem is what we've got to correct for. And that's what we've got to think through comprehensively.
Thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Thokozile, bring it home.
Thank you so much. One quick response to Prof. Margaret on private sector engagement. I do think that one thing academics can do differently, and this is also related to your point, spend time with industry. You do not do it enough.
Yeah, it's almost like academics believe that once they show up, industry must just be blown over by the brilliant value proposition that spews from their mouth and be so dazzled that take this money, goodness, go and do what you will with it. It doesn't work like that, right? When you are, it's almost like if you think about it almost in terms of warfare, right? When you are going to war, okay, if you think about it in terms of warfare, and I'm not talking about warfare in terms of antagonism, but in terms of preparation, right? When you're going to warfare, you will make sure that you understand your enemy's plans 10 times as much as you understand your own, because it matters, right? It's exactly the same thing in my mind with the ecosystem, right? I don't think academia does enough to immerse itself in business. How do businesses work? Industrialization. One of our biggest problems, we don't have enough industries. They're not growing. Why? Right? Be part of that world, understand what's happening in that world. It could also fundamentally change how you engage with that world or what you bring to that world. So for me, that's just one very practical step that you could take, is just have Indaba, have business come here, like the so-called growing sector businesses, invite them to come here and just make presentations to you. Don't make it about what academia has, but make it about business and immerse yourselves in that world. Yeah, so that's just a practical tip. I think you will go a lot further in that way. On the second point, and now just make two quick points. The second point around your question around where do I start? Yeah, so there's a recognition that you're saying you have that actually we're part of the problem. Yeah, because no one's coming to save me. So what can I do? Right? She made the earlier comment is, how do you eat an elephant? Right? It's one bite at a time. Okay? What stops you piloting something? Right? That's how it is. You will never solve this stuff if we're all sitting here waiting for that big, grand, strategic national plan, blah, 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 etc. Right? We have to test and pilot some good ideas. And like I said, it could be something as simple as the next time you have a cohort of students, don't define the success of your students by them graduating and achieving a pass mark. Define the success of the next cohort of students. Each one of these students must be employed. Okay? What will that force you to do? This will start to force you to, when you talk to your students, you're not just going to talk to them about, you know, the low mark they got. You're going to talk to them about, so what are the career options you're exploring? How are you thinking about that? What industries are you looking at? How can we get that information, etc.? You know, just frame a new problem, commit to it, right? And go the distance, but at a small scale. That's what I would say. And through that, they'll be learning in that for you. And then you might find a colleague in the department and say, oh, you know, I'm doing this, this is what's happening. And then that's how you start a fire, right? Every bushfire just started with one tiny spark, right? And then you can burn the whole bush down, right? So it can happen, but you just have to decide to go from being an idea to be a spark. Just do something, you know? Like in Nike's words, just do it. Yeah? Start. And then you'll figure it out, because you're all smart people. Like she said, we're swimming in doctorates and professorships in here. These are really smart people, yeah? So just start, I think. In terms of one closing remark, and it's really been on my mind around this thing around leverage, yeah? Have you ever walked into a shop, like a clothing store, and seen like a beautiful piece of clothing? Yeah? I give my dress as an example, okay? Because I think it's beautiful.
It is.
Right? I went into the shop for this house. I've admired this brand forever, okay? And so I went into the shop because I thought it's Christmas. I had an unexpected little windfall. Let me go. I went in this shop, and I looked at the price tag on this thing, and I was like, Jehovah, right? I was like, what is this man smoking? You know? And I looked, and I was like, my goodness. Of course, I left in a hurry. But when I went to bed, this dress was still in my mind, okay? And so then I sat down in my bed and I asked myself, wait, right? Especially as a leadership development practitioner, who am I to decide what he should price his clothing at, right? He has decided the price because he has determined his value. And it's up to me to buy it or to walk past it, yeah? Because it's above
what I can afford, okay? This, for me, is my message to Africa, okay? You have the copper, you have the diamonds, right? You have all the 4IR minerals, right? I can't even remember how to pronounce them. Who is deciding what you charge for them, right? Who is deciding for you who you actually allow to partake in that economy, right? I think that's our opportunity, is we are sitting with something valuable, but can we find those 3 grandfathers, right, to sit together around the table and decide, you know, Africa has this, the rest of the world needs it, this is what the rest of the world will pay to participate in Africa's wealth. And we don't care if we have debts and we owe you money. We don't care if you've got canceled programs, right? We'll deal with all of that. But for this thing that is our unique thing, right, this is what it will cost you to participate in Africa. Thanks.
Revolutionary insights from my panelists. We were given 2 questions to answer in this panel today. What now and who is responsible? What now? Prof Habib has provided a number of solutions. If you missed out on any of them, go and watch this session again. The only question is the people who are supposed to see these solutions are not here right now. And so we need to go find them and force them to listen. And who is responsible? If I could sum up Dr. Thokozile's remarks, if it is to be, it's up to me. And so with that being said, please give this panel an incredible round of applause for doing such a great job. Wow. We have gone over time, but luckily you're with the moderator, so I can decide that we do that, and you're in safe hands. I'm going to hand over to Prof Markotter, Interim Director of Future Africa, to do some closing remarks, because I also want to take a photo. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm now the one standing between you and a glass of wine and something nice to eat. But I think you all deserve more than 1 glass of wine and the best food that you can after all the inputs that you've given, also from the audience side. So you can really give yourself a hand, and thank you for that. I also have some other people to thank. Not all of them are here, but firstly, the University of Pretoria, who funded half of this event, and specifically the Vice-Chancellor. And maybe just a comment on all the industry comments. I think if he was sitting here, his hand would have been up, because Prof Peterson has really been driving industry discussions since he started in October, because he's really embedded in industry. So I think we're really working on those discussions, and I think you're going to see industry more in our discussions. Then also to our other funders, the DSTI and NRF, who also sponsored this event. And there I have to thank the previous director who actually wrote that proposal, Ida Ackman, and is also still involved in the program, although she's now with Stellenbosch, but also partly with University of Pretoria. Then I also have to say thank you to all the service providers and subcontractors. Everything that you saw that was just working, there's a lot of people behind that. Some of them, like I say, external providers, but then some of them also my team on the event side and on the research side. So I really need to say thank you to them. It's been long hours, but I think they did a very good job of all the organization. Then, although I'm standing here and running around with the program, there was actually a program committee behind this whole program. And I just want to mention again, Haida, Flavia, Manu that you saw, Loretta that's in the background busy with all the communications, Juby that has also been communicating with all of you, Chris that's also been on the panels, and Stephanie. That's the people that put all of this together and made it work. So thank you for that, and thank you to the program committee. Then it sounds like I'm ending things. So I'm ending the 2 formal days, but there's a lot of side events tomorrow and for the 2 days after that. And it's to do with socio-ecological debt to Africa. You can see it in the program. Equitable and just climate action. We have 2 hours tomorrow to discuss that. So please also look at these events, empowering sustainability science, science diplomacy. You can see all the AI work of the students tomorrow that's exhibited in our research commons. African traditional religion, there's a big event going on around that. So really a lot of things still going on till Friday that you can still attend. And then maybe as the director of Future Africa, I was just listening to all the comments, you know, it became very clear that we never have enough time for true dialogue. I do think, looking back on the program, it was necessary that we set the stage with a lot of these conversations, and it was necessary to have these different panels on economic, climate, health, and all of that to get to where we are now. I don't think we would have gotten to that point without it, but it wasn't enough. So I think from our side, and we had some discussions in the program committee and also with my staff from Future Africa, I don't think we can wait till the next Future Africa event. We really need to find a mechanism how we're firstly going to get this message out there. And if you have any creative ideas, you're welcome to share it with us. We will do it in a written format. But I think it will also require more dialogue, for instance, with industry and government on some of these topics. And that should happen before the next Africa Week. So we will put a mechanism in place where we will facilitate this going forward and have these discussions. But then action, action, action. And I'm actually a person that likes action. I don't like to talk too much. So I do like all of these ideas that come out. And I always say there's always low-hanging fruit. I think Prof Habib also said it. It's not always about putting money into things. And I keep on telling this university also that. It's not always about putting in more money. It's just focusing in the right places and driving change and driving action. So I do think there's a few things that we can identify, and we've got so many young people that can drive this, and we will facilitate that process also, so that we can stand here or anywhere else in the country or anywhere else in the world and give a true example of action. So I think I'll end with that. There's nice wine, and I think you're going to say something about what's happening with the events, so I'll give up. Oh, and I didn't thank Alma. It is so nice. It is just wonderful to have a program director that can also moderate the session. She took so much stress off us. So thank you for that, Alma, and we really appreciate that. Thanks. And there's still a bank card in front.
Thank you so much. I am standing in between you and a wonderful cocktail session that is starting at 4:30. So we know the hub very well now. Please make your way there at 4:30. But at 6 o'clock, when things get a little bit darker, it's going to get even more exciting. We've got Drum Cafe that will be joining us. And if you've never interacted with them before, I'm telling you, you want to stay back and see what it is that they have on offer. But thanks to you for being such a great audience and for participating. The questions, it's very awkward as a moderator to ask, are there any questions, and to see no hands being put up. So thank you for interacting with us throughout these sessions. For those who will be coming for the side events, we will see you tomorrow as well as the days to follow. The way I like to end events is to say, as you leave today, strive for individuality and not conformity, seek to dismantle superiority, challenge authority, and be the voice for the minority. It's been an absolute pleasure being your program director. Enjoy the rest of your evening and see you at the cocktail.